Hey everybody, tonight Flat Earth is on trial, and to start us out, we have Flatzoid, so the floor is all yours, and thanks for being here.
Hey, I hope you're all doing well. Actually, was gonna do Jim first and me second, but it's
Sure.
fine. Uh, yeah,
Yeah,
We just went over this. That's on me. All right, Jim, the floor is all yours. We're going to keep
it
things
is all
punchy.
mine. Thank you for everybody. Thank you, James, for having me on. It's I enjoy our my little journey since November 2021, and we'll see what happens tonight. So thanks, Ember, and thanks, Mark, and Flatzoid and Ryan. Thanks very much. Hey, I'm going to start out a little bit more lighthearted, and then hopefully in the last couple of minutes I get a little more serious. But I'm going to show you what the globe establishment, the globers, believe in. This is the most unscientific thing that I've ever witnessed in my entire life. This is so unscientifically silly. It's really unbelievable. It's scientifically impossible. And the fun thing about this thing right here, it's a model. And I don't know if many people know that the science tells us that 4.5 billion years ago, with a B, that some large asteroid or small planet called Theia, Theia, hit this just fine when it was straight up and down and tilted at 23.4 degrees so we could vacation in Florida every year. So thank you, Theia. And it supposedly became part of the moon and maybe absorbed into the earth. So, cool story, bro. Cool story. And so, that is backed up by quote science. That is pseudoscience, my friends. And then you get something like this here. And I always enjoy this one. We're supposedly 71% water, right? 71% water, and large bodies of water at rest do not curve. Now, we are told that if I look this way 2 miles and I look this way 2 miles, when I can no longer see the water, it starts to curve. Cool story. Cool story, man. I love cool stories. Now, this is something that I always believed in until recently. Let's say that Mark is on top. Here's the ball. Here's the globe. Here's Mark. Mark is the little scissors. Mark's sitting on top of the ball right here, right? Now, Mark's sitting on top of the ball. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. But Mark is also staying upright on the side of the ball, and Mark is also staying upright on the bottom of the ball. Why? Because gravity pulls everything towards the center of the ball. And I don't know what to say, guys. I believed it for a long time, but we were told at age 5 it was true. We were told through Universal Studios it was true, and we were told until we found out it wasn't true. So real cool, real cool. And the other fun thing is we have something called a space-time curvature. And space-time curvature is real cool, from May 29th, 1919, when two expeditions, one led by Eddington, saw a solar eclipse. Then the boys all got together at the Royal Society on November 6th and said 2 out of 36 pictures are going to change our world forever. And Einstein woke up on November 7th, 1919, the guy who saved the ball going around the earth. So, going around the sun. So what I did is I went to Walmart and bought a $2 pair of scissors. And right now in front of you on live, I am cutting space-time curvature. You can literally see me cutting through space-time curvature, because space-time curvature is a real thing, right? Because obviously it couldn't be a theory. It has to be real because the boys back in 1919 told us. So it's really cool. I love fairy tales. I really do. Somebody needs to tuck me in a bed at night and read me a bedtime story like outer space. Anyway, and then we get something. I'm going to ask. I want Ember and Mark to get real serious with me here for a second. I have a Milky Way candy bar. Now, I haven't eaten the Milky Way candy bar. It's still in there. I may or may not eat. It's not good for me. But you know what? I want Mark and Ember to tell me if the Milky Way galaxy or the Milky Way candy bar is real. It can't be both. One has to be real and one has to be fake. So I want to know. And then if you say the Milky Way galaxy is real, I want you to prove it tonight for us. I really would. And then, the second law of thermodynamics. Second law of thermodynamics is real simple, guys. All you got to do is open up a Coke can. Oh, Coke can, bro.
That was a
And
great
then
sound.
I'm not going to drink the whole thing because it's not good for me. But hey, that's good stuff, man. That's good stuff. And then in honor of Mr. Hubble, 1928, and Lorentz in 1892, I have an ever expanding
1 minute.
fly swatter to go with my ever expanding universe. And then for Lorentz in 1892, I have a fly swatter that can contract because, you know, obviously we had the Lorentz contraction, correct? Good. So anyway, 3 laws that the globe does not care about. The globe, Earth, do not care about. Newton's third law of motion, don't care. Second law of thermodynamics, don't care. Inverse square law of light, don't care. Why? Because we got to have this thing that is scientifically impossible, which is your globe. And I'm telling you guys, you can't show me ages per mile squared drop over distance. You can't show me rotation of your globe. You can't show me motion of the Earth around the sun. And you know what? You guys want your coordinate system so bad to be the Earth going around the sun. You even came up with a nice little Lorentz transform equation, 1 to the square root of 1 minus v squared divided by c squared. Cool story, bro. I'm telling you right now, we're going to have fun with you tonight because your globe is the most scientifically impossible thing ever. And I'm sorry if that breaks it to you. I have 25 seconds left. I yield the floor. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Jim, for your introductory statement there. Just remind everybody in the live chat there, we are going to do a Q&A here at Modern Day Debate, where we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, politics, you name it. Flat Earth tonight is on trial. You just heard from Jim, and now we're going to kick it over to Flatzoid for his up to 6-minute intro. So thank you, Flatzoid, for being here. The floor is all yours.
Awesome. Thank you guys for coming. Yeah, Jim, that was brilliant. I'm happy you started first because he's practically had the same arguments I have. The only difference is the arguments I'm going to be presenting is trying to get the globe to understand the burden of proof is on them. Okay, so why do we observe the Earth to be flat, guys? Well, it's very simple. Since we are talking about the Earth, let's try to dwell upon on the Earth. So we try and place all the objective truths and evidences on the Earth. So what do we observe? We observe no movement of the ground, but we do observe the objects in the sky to move in a very particular cycled path. We observe that our measurements for the Earth is based always on using a horizontal flat baseline. This means that if you take elevation angles, you're going to first have to measure flat, then calculate your presupposed globe onto those flat Earth measurements. We observe how nature behaves with example of the way liquid behaves at rest. This observation shows that liquid will always require some sort of containment to hold it in. It takes the bounds and the shapes of the container. Just like Jim just showed with his water bottle. If he had no bottle, he would have no water in it to contain it. What else do we observe? We observe how nature behaves with example of the way gas behavior. So with the state of gas behavior, it also requires containment to exist in a system. Gas behavior shows us that gas is always moving in all directions. It has elastic collisions. We can also demonstrate gas existence in containment as the definition of pressure needs this antecedent relationship. So in other words, without you showing containment, you wouldn't be able to show gas pressure because the whole definition of gas pressure requires containment. So based on the simple observations, we conclude, without a doubt, the Earth is stationary, it's contained and flat. Note, the Earth's plane has topography, so please don't try straw man us to say that, oh, it's as flat as a pancake, you don't have mountains, and so forth. No one says that. That's just a straw man. So since we observe no movement, we can conclude that the ground is stationary, and thus the burden of proof is on the globe that claim it to be moving. Since we observe all measurements of the Earth required to be measured flat and then calculated to a globe, show that the burden of proof is also on the globe. Since we observe water always lies level at rest and over large bodies of water shows flat, the burden again is on the globe that they claim it to be curving. And since we can only demonstrate gas pressure with containment, this shows the burden is once again on the globe because they go against that claim. So this is my question to the globers. Will the globe defenders back up their positive claims that go against observations in reality, or will we simply conclude that without a doubt, the globe has no argument, that the globe is only based on faith? And I yield the rest of my time.
All right. Well, thanks for your introductory statement there, Flatzoid. I just want to remind everybody that if you like what you're hearing, all of our guests are going to be linked in the description of our YouTube video and in our podcast description. With that, we're going to put the floor over to the other side. Who would like to kick us off? Mark, Ember?
I'm good to go if you want.
All right. Ready to roll,
More than
Mark.
happy to.
All
Okay,
right.
so let me get set up here quickly. I do have to share my screen. Sorry, just give me 1 sec.
That's all.
Where's the? Sorry, it's actually been a while since I've been on, so I haven't used Zoom in a while. I got to admit. So that one. Shit.
You're good to go. All right.
Are we good?
We're starting your 6 minutes right now.
Yep. See
Okay,
your
just
thingy.
give me one sec. Oh, sorry, just 1 second. I just got to get the right thing up. And all right, good to go.
All right. Good to go.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for your time, Ryan. Thank you for moderating, and to my opponents for being here. And of course, thank you to my friend Ember for being part of my team. Now, Flat Earth on Trail. I only really have 3 things that I want to go through, and the Flat Earth side will have to provide answers to these 3 things. The first one is the Polaris and Crux, why that can be seen in the configuration it can be seen in. Polaris could be explained because it could be up here, but the Crux not so much, or the Southern Cross. Now, these 2 different models, it's easily explained why Crux is only visible from the Southern Hemisphere, but not from Asia. It just makes no sense on a flat Earth. Why can somebody over here in South America see it, but not somebody in Asia? It makes absolutely 0 sense. So I'll be expecting an answer to how that actually works. The next part is circumpolar star trails. Why do they happen the way they do? So this is from the Northern Hemisphere. Whoops. This is from the Northern... sorry, I'm having trouble with my slides. This is from Northern Hemisphere. They actually go in a anti-clockwise direction in the Northern Hemisphere. And if my thing would actually work, I could... So they go in an anti-clockwise direction in the Northern Hemisphere. In the Southern Hemisphere, they actually go in the opposite way. They go clockwise. Now, this is a massive problem for the flat Earth, and I'll explain why in my next slide. Because at the equator, I want to focus on the equator here. What you should see is the center of these circumpolar star trails at the horizon, basically, with the stars going overhead. Now, this is how it works on a globe model. You can basically see counterclockwise Northern Hemisphere, and then when it goes to the Southern Hemisphere, we see them traveling clockwise. This is the problem. If you're in South America and you look south and the trails are going in a clockwise direction, that's fine. You can look north and see them going in a counterclockwise direction here. That's perfectly fine. Problem is that if you then move around with the same configuration to Asia on the equator, that is the wrong direction. That is the wrong direction. That is clockwise looking south and anti-clockwise looking north. So the flat Earth people will have to explain how that works and the configuration that allows that to work. The third thing I want to talk about is flight times. This is 2 flights, LAX to Tel Aviv in Israel, and this is Sydney to Johannesburg. They're both about the same time. They're both about the same distance. This is how it works on a globe Earth. Again, both about the same time, about the same distance. Fantastic. This is how it works on a flat Earth, or rather doesn't work. This is twice, or probably more than twice, the amount of distance traveled from Sydney to Johannesburg and LAX to Israel. And the flat earthers will have to explain how the planes can suddenly double their speed over the speed of sound to get from one place to another. That'll be interesting to find out. So those are my 3 questions. How can the Crux constellation be seen at the same time in Africa and south of Australia, both looking south in different directions according to their model? Why are the solar circumpolar stars at the horizon at the equator rotating in the wrong direction if looking south in different places on the flat Earth? Why does that happen? Why do flights deviate so far from a straight line? But also, why is it half the distance according to the flat Earth map, takes the same time. They're going to have to answer that question. And that's the questions I have for them. Thank you.
All right, cool beans. Okay, so as most of us know, the modern flat Earth movement was started by a guy going by the name of Parallax. He was big mad that science was moving beyond the reach of everyday folks, requiring specialized degrees and even more specialized tools. He believed, as many flat Earth advocates do, that every person should be able to do science for themselves and investigate the nature of the world we live on. You know what? I agree with that. Science is for everybody. But we don't always agree on the things that we find. Some of us look at the world and accept what the top-level scientists tell us, that it's a globe. Others look and notice that we can't see the curve of a flat planet from where we stand, so it looks flat, so it must be flat. If only there were a way we could remove our personal biases and objectively determine which of these is the case. Some kind of test, perhaps. Good news, we can, and all on our own, just like old Parallax dreamed of. The first way that comes to mind is to do it the way the ancients did it. Sticks and shadows. Eratosthenes used a well in Aswan where the sun shines down to the bottom only at noon on the summer solstice, and a rod in Alexandria some 800 kilometers north. But 2 rods will work just fine. If you place one stick in a spot where the sun is exactly overhead at solar noon, and place another stick some distance directly north or south, the shadow cast by the second stick will give you a non-zero angle, from which you can, with the distance between the sticks, calculate the circumference of the globe, the same as the ancients did. In fact, you don't even need the first stick to cast no shadow. It just makes the math easier. You can do the same thing with a measurement of the difference between the shadows. The second way is even easier, but a tad more expensive. Travel. If you can afford it, you can physically circumnavigate the globe. You can literally go see for yourself, and the fact that whether you go north or south around the poles or east or west around the middle, and you'll eventually come back to where you started, only makes sense on a globe. You don't even need to take a plane. It'll take a while, but you can walk, taking a boat for the watery bits. Or if you just want a quick test with no math involved, you can book a flight from Australia to Buenos Aires. You can take a commercial flight right over Antarctica and see for yourself that there's no ice wall, no edge, both elements that every flat Earth model I've ever heard of requires. Or if travel doesn't suit you, just wait for the next lunar eclipse to be visible from where you live. As Magellan once said, they say the Earth is flat, but I know that it is round, for I have seen its shadow on the moon, and I have more faith in a shadow than in the empty words of the church. That shadow projects a circle every time, no matter what time the eclipse takes place from viewed on Earth, and that can only be the result of a globe. But what's even more important is that there's any shadow at all. How, by Sagan's beard, could a lunar eclipse even be possible if the sun and the moon were both above the world? The Earth can even come between the sun and the moon to cast a shadow of any shape is proof every person can see with their own eyes that the flat Earth model, which requires both celestial bodies to always be on the same side of the world, is nonsense. There are lots and lots of other tests, of course. Creationism infamously proved the curvature of the planet with his failed hole in the fence test, for example. But the simple fact is that every aspect of life on this planet, from the rising and setting of the sun, rather than it getting closer and farther, to the reality that time zones exist, all constantly reconfirm for each of us 1,000 times a day that our world is the same shape as every other planet we can see with even our largest telescopes. A globe. So those are my tests, with no special tools, training, or reliance on the honesty of anybody else required. Sticks and shadows, observe a lunar eclipse, or just go out and see for yourself. The very essence of Parallax's philosophy. Now, I'm sure our esteemed opponents also have their observations to present, and we're going to talk about them over the course of the evening. But while I still have the floor, I'd like to pose a question for their consideration. Anybody can dig for data that seems to back up their position, but why hold that particular position at all? What reason do they have to subscribe to flat Earth in the first place to motivate them to try to find a way to justify the belief they already hold? For example, I subscribe to the globe model because I have no reason to question what science is telling me. As I've just recounted, I can easily verify the facts for myself should I have any doubt, and I have done several of these things. Overcoming both established science and plainly observable reality is a very high burden of proof to bear. And I'm even more interested in why they adopt the contrary position than I am in how they intend to demonstrate it. Thank you.
Alrighty, well, thank you so much, Ember, for your introductory statement, and you, Mark, as well. I forgot to thank you. I just kind of handed it off. So thank you to everybody at this point for their introductory statements, and just want to remind everybody, if you haven't already, if you like this type of discussion, you want to see more of this happening, hit that like button, share this in that contentious space, send it out to your mother. Who cares, right? Have fun with it. And one other quick little note here, we all sometimes fail to pay attention to details. I forgot to shave my neck beard tonight and it doesn't look so great. But if you see beside me, over here, see, I gotta follow my mirror on my screen. See over here, it says this is on the podcast already. James has already gotten a few questions about some of the upcoming debates that are being posted on the channel. Those are all debates that have already happened. So they are just, that is an advertisement that they are just going to be on the podcast. I did say, in your defense, actually not in your defense, when he said people are saying this, I was like, really? So yeah, there's no defense for you. It's podcast only time. So we're going to kick it into open floor discussion. We usually kick it to the other side to make a little bit of a quick response to what they've heard, and then just try to let it naturally flow from there. So Jim, Flatzoid, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'd love to respond. I do want our esteemed Ember and Mark to talk about Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics, and inverse square law of light before we get done tonight. But I will respond to, you talk about a lunar eclipse. So we had a selenilian eclipse November 9th, 2022, top down, moon, sun appearing in the sky at the same time, selenilian eclipse, top down. There's going to be another one in October. I don't need to go any further. I just debunked your lunar eclipse right there, proving your ball. Second thing that gets me is the Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia nonsense. When you look at a one-way stop, they stop in LAX and they stop in Dallas Fort Worth. And if you look at some sort of a flat Earth map, that makes perfect sense. Straight line, land location to land location. That's what they do. They don't go down around your ball. They don't do it. Just look at what they do from Sydney to Santiago. The stop is in LAX and Dallas. They do that for some reason. Land location to land location. Third,
Jim, sorry, can I just say something on that point though? Don't you think it's odd that they choose the one that just doesn't make sense to them, but ignore the 99 that debunks their globe, the flight paths?
Yeah, it's just I find these arguments, Ember and Mark, I've heard these arguments and I kind of chuckle to myself because it's cool, man. You need to dial it back, bro, and come up with some other new stuff, because this gets a little bit boring after a while. My friends, there is no circumnavigation north-south. There is none around your ball and comes up the other side. There is no documentation of that whatsoever. And you can use a great circle route on a stationary plane. You can use that just fine. But when you come on here and tell us that there is northern-south circumnavigation, that you can go over Antarctica and come up the other side, that is pure bunk. And I'm sorry.
All right, Jim, I'd like to just drop in at that point, because it's a little bit preachy. I kind of want to borrow what Flatzoid just said and point out that you're selecting the routes that work for your model and ignoring the other ones that actually exist. You can go on, kayak.com and book a flight for yourself over Antarctica right now. They not only exist, you can go do it right now.
So going
Well,
over
I'd
the
like
Ross
to
Shelf is
address.
going over
Well, yeah, I'd like
Antarctica.
just a sec, Flatzoid. Let Ember talk for a start, and I'd like to address some of the things as well. Okay, so let Ember talk. Don't just jump in over the top of him.
He just asked me a question. I'm responding to it, Mark. You were talking over me.
Okay, so I want to respond to some of these things that's thrown out because he went through a lot there. This gish gallop of like multiple things is, let me time to respond. Like action and reaction is a second law of movement. I'm not sure what you think is the problem with action and reaction on a globe Earth. You basically, the Cenehelian eclipse is basically refraction through the Earth's atmosphere, and we understand perfectly well why this happens. And it also explains perfectly why in a lunar eclipse the moon turns red, which maybe you can give an explanation of that. I do notice that you addressed none of our things and basically said the burden of proof is ours. It's not ours, it's yours. This is flat Earth on trial. So it's kind of weird that you're sort of burden shifting. The population centers in the southern hemisphere are basically very, very spread out. So the reason why that they're basically diverting flights is purely for logistics. That's all it is. But as Ember said, you're ignoring the ones that completely blow your position out of the water, like Perth to Johannesburg, which is actually the one I brought up. And you haven't addressed that at all.
I did just address it, Mark. I told you that a flight route from Santiago to Sydney flies over LAX, Dallas Fort Worth, stops there, land location, 3 degrees nose up. You don't like it. It's okay, bro. It's just fine. Sometime we'll get, when you say flat Earth is on trial, we're not on trial because we can see farther than we're supposed to.
Literally the debate.
That's
literally the debate.
We are we can see farther than we are supposed to be able to see on a globe.
Yeah. So
Mark,
just
I didn't talk about. No.
Just 1 second, Mark. We'll let him finish up for another 24 seconds.
Okay. My position is not on trial. My position is the correct position that you can see by observations, experiments, and just, you experience a stationary topographical plane. You do not experience a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. Never. And your position is sun pagan worship by Hermes Trismegistus that Copernicus talked about on the revolution of the heavenly spheres and Newton talked about in the Emerald Tablet. They gave time to Hermes Trismegistus, and Hermes Trismegistus was sun pagan worship, and you guys changed it in the 1970s to go to the great attractor where everything is going around in the universe, a black hole.
All right, 1 minute for the other side there.
Yeah, so you haven't actually addressed anything at all because I brought up the ones that debunk you, like direct Perth to Johannesburg, which you just went back to the ones that do are not direct routes. You're just going back over the same thing. You're like a broken record. The whole idea that we brought up these things for you to address, and you've addressed none of them. Then I said, well, what's the problem with the law of action and reaction, Newton's third law, and you don't address that either. Like, why is it that you're just preaching now and sort of saying, nah, is your entire response? Go, Ember. I'd like to save some time for you, mate.
All right. So a couple of things. First of all, Jim, you showed the globe at the beginning. Of course, that's a school model. You're confusing the map for the place. It's understandable, though. Axial tilt, you claim that that's due to some protoplanet slamming into the Earth. Yeah, that's one of the models for the possible formation of the moon, but it isn't really involved with the axial tilt because the axial tilt shifts. That's why we get a different North Star every few thousand years. However, the presence of the moon does help moderate that. But there's so many things. Milky Way, you can see it with your own eyes. Go out in the dark, you can see the freaking galaxy. You're gonna tell me it doesn't exist? And still wondering how a lunar eclipse happens on a flat Earth model.
How do you go ahead, Flatzoid? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to bring this back down to what we asked in the opening. The opening was, can we bring it down to Earth where we actually live, where we can actually test it and repeatedly show it to be? Now, talking about the galaxies, yes, we see things in space, as you put it. The problem is your space violates the second law of thermodynamics. So that's why we cannot go there, because you cannot demonstrate this space vacuum to exist, because when you do try and demonstrate it, you're always going to have containment based on gas behavior. Now, based on the plane routes, like we said, you want to take the 1% and ignore the 99% that doesn't agree with you. That is called cherry picking. So in other words, it's just a fallacy. We do not need to go and explain 1% of the routes that doesn't make sense to you while you ignore the other 99%. So let's go to something more empirical. Have you been able to demonstrate to us any measured curvature or having gas pressure without containment or the rotation of Earth?
Yes, we've been able to. Sorry,
One sec, Mark. Yeah, just a second. As I said in my opening, I explained to you how you can measure the curvature yourself. You can do it.
That's calculate, not
whenever
measure.
you
said
want
with
to.
your own words. Sorry, you said with your own words, calculate, not measure.
Well, yes,
And
you
by the
take
way,
a measurement and then you calculate.
Based on flat Earth measurements, that angle is flat. That's what in my opening I also stated.
It
measurement you
doesn't
took
work
was
on a
flat.
flat Earth. I mean, you
Okay,
can
I'm sorry, the
try it, but
angle
you're
is
going to get a
flat.
weird
How is an
result.
angle flat? How do you get a flat? What is a flat angle?
All angles are flat. Your adjacent always has to be a straight flat baseline. That shadow you're measuring is based
Okay.
on a 90-degree angle.
So if you've got a protractor, that's a flat angle, is it? Even though the edge of the protractor is
Yes.
curved.
That
Right.
arc curve is only based
Is
on a
flat.
360-degree based from a 90-degree angle baseline.
Yes, but if you put it on the y-axis, then this is crazy. Like, oh,
do you
it
know-
can't be curved because your angle that you're measuring that curvature with, the arc curve, the original angle that you're measuring with it is flat. That is nonsense.
Sorry, what's an angle, Mark? We're going to put this down to the basics. What's an angle?
An angle is the difference between two lines, basically.
Straight lines
Yes.
meeting at a vertex.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a curved adjacent baseline, how are you going to have an angle?
Curved adjacent baseline.
Could you explain what you mean by that?
You guys are
He
claiming
means-
the baseline to be a curved Earth, not flat. So how are you going to have an angle measurement for that?
I see what you mean. So there's a difference between level and flat. You can make sure that something is level without it having to be flat. For example, you can take two hills and run a beam across them, and the beam can be level, even though the ground is wavy. Just to illustrate.
Yeah, but
Likewise, you can have a flat surface. Let's take this thing, for example, and have it tilt like this. It's flat, but not level.
Correct.
But you do know they are synonymous, though. Flat and level are synonymous.
No,
I
they're
literally just showed you they're not.
not.
I can bring it on
showed
screen.
you.
I could.
He
Yeah,
just-
well, that bar,
did-
that reference.
Do you want to show him
gave-
the box again? Show him the box again.
Mark Reid, can I talk? You have that reference that you just put between the two hills. Was that reference flat and level relative to what level? Parallel to your what? The ground, correct? Because no point higher than the other. So when you put that horizontal baseline from hill to hill, you literally conceded that that hill has not got a different zenith angle than the other hill. They have exactly the same parallel.
They're round. They don't have. Well, I suppose you could have a pointy hill,
So
but they can point in different
The hill's
directions,
not,
even on a
perfectly-
flat Earth or a curved Earth. They're
the
hills.
hill's rounded, you realize that, but we can still calculate the angle that the top of that hill is at. Just disproving your point completely.
No, making my point.
The hill
When you-
is still round, but we can calculate the angle, which means that like even if you just look at basic like preschool or kindergarten, a circle, it's got like an angle, and you can calculate the arc. It doesn't make it. The angle doesn't make the surface flat, or it doesn't make the points in between flat or rounded. It's irrelevant to it. It just calculates the angle.
Mark, I suspect we may have fallen for a red herring on this geometry thing,
Yeah,
because we are way off
Hey.
the subject of
No.
them showing the flat Earth as a thing.
flat Earth. Yeah.
Hey,
Sorry.
hey,
Well, please show the flat Earth. Yeah.
okay, okay, guys. Okay, I just want everybody to know that Mark said that the Selenelian eclipse from November 9th and one's future are because of refraction, even though it's top down. So the light has actually turned itself upside down. Cool story, Mark. It's really, really cool. Hey, Mark and Amber, how would you explain? I got so many things, to say. I'm not on trial here. My stationary plane is not on trial here. And so
what's the topic of the debate?
It kind of is.
I found out about the topic of the debate yesterday. So I am coming in here.
Well, cool
I found out about
bro.
the topic
What's
of the
topic
debate.
of the debate?
Mark, you're over
Cool
talking
story,
me.
bro.
Mark,
What's the topic
you're
of the debate?
over talking me, Mark.
Well,
Mark,
I asked a question. He doesn't want to answer. It's just
you're
clarifying the
over-talk-
topic of the debate.
Hey, Mark, drink some water. Cool down, bro. It's how do you explain the watchtower at the Grand Canyon on the east side? The watchtower is 6 feet observation height, looking across to the west side, 70 miles and 6 feet observation height. There should be 3,000 foot of drop on your spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. There is none. You go to the south rim, you look across the north rim. The south rim is 6,800 feet. The north rim is 8,200 feet. There is a forest on the north side. It should have a drop of 216 feet at 6 feet observation height. You should be able to see that drop, but you don't. Guys, and it's very, very simple. You see too far on a stationary plane. You see too far when the optics is just fine, and you see too far. In perspective, things will get smaller, and they will start with angular resolution to disappear from the bottom up. That is a stationary plane. That is not a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. You guys are so wrong. I want to ask Amber and I want to ask Mark, what has the globe ever done for you?
Existed.
Gives us a nice place to live.
Okay.
Okay, so this whole idea of this drop kind of thing, you obviously haven't used a curve calculator or taken refraction into account because light does refract. That is a given. We can show that light refracts in a number of different experiments. Like, it's not even questionable that light does reflect. The Cenehalian eclipse, I'm not sure how you're talking about how it's right above kind of thing. That's a weird thing to say. It's
a
so
top-down eclipse,
Mark.
It's a top-down eclipse.
A top-down. I don't even know what that's supposed to
Opposite
mean.
way around.
Like Mark. Okay. Obviously, you don't.
Yeah. It's weird because it's just a lunar eclipse.
It's weird you don't know what a top-down eclipse is and don't know.
Okay,
what
so
a
yeah, I'd like
when
to
you're
be able
going to
to
make up
finish,
terms,
that's okay.
of course, we don't know what those mean.
Yeah.
It's upside down. It's
upside down.
Upside down eclipse.
I said top down, not upside down, Ember.
Oh no, he says it's upside down. What?
No,
is
I
it
didn't
upside
say
down or
upside
is it
down,
top
my
down?
dude.
It is top down.
And
No.
inverted.
If Flatzoid said it was
Explain what
upside
that
down,
means.
so you guys can't even agree on what this eclipse is.
Just hold on a second, guys. Let's we're gonna hand it back over to Flatzoid there because he's trying to.
I'm saying, Amber was saying upside down. Now I'm trying to say that's upside down. He's talking about inverted. That's what Jim's talking about.
And
Could you
That's why I was
explain what
trying
that
to
means?
show. Inverted, exactly 180 around. It goes. If you say the globe says it should be on the right, it's showing not on the right. It's showing inverted, like you're holding a mirror in front of you. It's totally
on the right.
An inverted image.
In respective to where? You can't just
we
say
have writing.
Because
their writing is inverted. That's what he means.
So you mean it's mirrored? Okay.
Mirrored.
I'm not sure how that applies.
What?
But
let's let Ember speak.
Ember, can you say straw man for me 3 times?
I could, but then you might appear behind me. I'm still curious.
I
how
appreciate
lunar
being straw
eclipses
man.
even
Hey,
happen.
Hey, Ember, beat that straw man up. Beam him up, Scotty. Beat that straw man up.
So how do the eclipses happen, a Cenehalian eclipse happen on a flat Earth? So what is
any
actually
eclipse?
Well, let's stick to the Cenehalian first. I can never say that word. Selenelian eclipse. How does that work on a flat Earth? So I presume, because you're saying it's encompassed, that the sun and the moon are both within some sort of dome or container. Is that correct?
First, sorry, we just want to point out you guys are reversing the burden onto us. He asked you that it's
this is flat Earth on trial. Look, this is a dodge. This is a dodge.
Sorry,
you can respond.
An absolute dodge.
Okay, so
I asked a question.
the question was asked to you. Now you're trying to reverse it back onto us. That is not a question. That's just a reversal of burden proof fallacy.
So I've answered it, right? I've said that the refractive forces from gravity, when the light goes through the atmosphere, it is bent in a downwards direction, allowing you to see the images of both the sun and the moon in the sky, very, very low and close to the horizon, but they're there at the same time, and that's how we explain it. What I'm saying is, how does that work if the sun and the moon are both contained within this dome thing that you've got? But that's not shifting the burden of proof. That's answering the question. And then this debate is flat Earth on trial, and you've done nothing but burden shift this entire time. So how does that work? Where's your model
you're
for it?
2 minutes to the other side there.
Because you're spinning Spaceball in the vacuum of outer space is scientifically impossible. And Mark, we're only 55 minutes discussed, and then we have 35 minutes question and answer. I understand that. Mark, Ember, if you don't want me to shift, tell me I shouldn't shift. But what does a rocket propel itself off in outer space? Can you help me?
What do you mean?
Expanding gases.
Expanding gases in a 10 to the negative 17 torr. What does it push off of?
Pushes off the force being exerted by the gas.
What gas is there in the vacuum of outer space, 10 to the negative 17?
No. The gas being
The
ignited.
The
expansion of the gas being ignited, because basically it pushes out. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. That's the third law of movement. So that action pushes against the rocket, like causing it to move.
Is there any on Earth? Newton's third law of motion works everywhere. You're going to the 10 to the negative 17 torr of outer space. The most we can ever test here terrestrially is 10 to the negative 6. That's 11 more zeros, bro. What does a rocket push off of? And if you put a candle in a jar and put the top on it, what happens to the candle over time? It goes out. You can have no ignition, and you can have no propulsion in your fairy tale outer space. Now, you can want to live on the globe and live in your fairy tale outer space, but you guys violate Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics, and inverse square law of light, and you don't care.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to pay attention that they did not answer any of the questions that I put to them. We're trying to engage and answer the questions. What they're doing is deflecting to just these silly kind of, well, gotcha. The third law of movement doesn't work in ours. Of course it does. It's basically that rocket fuel is ignited, causing it to expand. That pushes.
What does it ignite with?
Half of the rocket fuel is liquid oxygen. It brings its own oxygen. That's part of the rocket fuel.
So rocket fuel has a so the reason why a candle goes out but rocket fuel doesn't is because you're depriving that candle of oxygen, of the thing that it needs to burn. But rocket fuel has that in it. So it does burn and ignite. So, I mean, this is basically a failure to understand
Here
basic
on Earth
physics.
it is, but not in your fairy tale outer
kick it over to
space.
Flatzoid,
Jim?
everyone.
Yeah, sorry,
Jim.
Jim, maybe we should ask them to demonstrate us a rocket igniting and working in a vacuum. Can we have a demonstration for this, or is it just going to be a fairy tale belief?
I mean, I don't have one in my pocket, but
You don't have a rocket in your pocket?
right? But SpaceX, those live launches pretty often, and you can watch the launch all the way from the launch pad until the moment the satellites deploy, usually.
Cool. You guys watched the movie
Satellites
Gravity?
deploy.
You guys watched
Cool.
Gravity before, the movie Gravity,
I have not.
with Sandra Bullock?
I've seen it.
Okay,
I've seen
cool. Did that rocket work in space? Was it real, or was it just a movie?
So you're basically mistaking a work
So
of
I'm asking for a
fiction for the real
demonstration.
thing. That was based upon the real world, but that's like saying, hey, because the same argument applies if you say, hey, the Civil War, the US Civil War was in a movie, therefore the real thing couldn't possibly have happened. You're making exactly the same argument. No, that's exactly
That's
the
a straw
same
man.
argument.
That's a straw man.
No,
The
it's
argument
not. It's
is
exactly the same
the
argument.
argument is you guys are claiming a rocket to work without having any demonstration in history that it is possible to work, you are claiming something that violates the second law of thermodynamics and violates Newton's third law of
It
motion.
doesn't.
Yes,
It
it does.
doesn't.
You require
No, it
friction
doesn't.
for it to move. Where's your friction
No,
in
no, no.
space?
You just don't understand those laws. That's the problem. You think you straw man the laws to say, hey, it can't work in space because there's no oxygen. We explain to you, hey, there's oxygen solution in the jet fuel itself, allowing it to ignite. Well, I mean, I don't have any rocket fuel on me at the moment, Flatzoid. I don't know if you've got some there. Maybe you do. I mean, you seem to be, doing whatever over there. Anyway, look, they have it in them. Like this is the whole point.
They have them in them. Oh my God.
Yes, they have an oxidization agent. Yes.
I presume you guys have seen rocket failures, videos of rockets trying to take off and something goes wrong and they
explode.
Here on Earth, yeah.
Here on
Right.
Earth.
You know why the fireball is so very big?
Terrestrially, yes.
Yeah, do you know why the fireball is so big when they go wrong?
Oxygen terrestrially, Ember.
In the rocket fuel.
No,
in the rocket
in the air around it.
Ember, the majority of the fuel in a rocket is liquid O2.
Hey, Ember.
That's what explodes is the O2 tanks.
Hey, Ember, has the globe ever taken you out to dinner? I mean, are you in love with the globe? I mean,
has the flat Earth taken you to dinner?
Is the globe and you?
Is this something we didn't know previously? Are you dating the flat Earth? Oh, we all find out you're dating the flat Earth.
I explained in my opening why I subscribe to the globe model. I'm still wondering why you guys subscribe to the flat model.
Because
I'm hearing
too far.
Just a moment, Jim. I hear lots of nitpicks, but it's nothing but incredulity. There's no substance to it.
Cool story, bro.
Okay, we got
that is a cool story. Like you can say we see too far. Cool story, bro. Can you demonstrate anything?
See too far.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good enough for now.
Okay, if you listen to my opening, even Jim's opening, we were talking specifically about observations and demonstrations. Note, your guys' belief violates things like natural law. So it's not on us to demonstrate these things. It's on you guys to demonstrate you can have gas pressure without containment. It's you to demonstrate that you can have curved base angle measurements, which is impossible. It throws an angle away. It's for you guys to demonstrate Earth's rotation. Instead, you're trying to take us to Narnia without trying to first prove Narnia exists. That's why I said let's try and keep it to Earth.
So I just want to address that for 1 second, Ember. So basically, your misunderstanding of the laws of thermodynamics and the laws of movement, you're basically saying, hey, they violate these laws because you don't understand how they work. You're basically straw manning them and then saying, hey, they violate them. It's not actually a refutation. So your own criteria of they violating this thing is not actually true to begin with. You just need that to be true for your flat Earth to work. So you have to believe they're being violated, which is kind of a bit ridiculous. What I want to point out is that we're answering all of your questions, and you're basically giving us the response of nah. So when you're saying, why does this thing happen in space? Why does that thing happen in space? We're saying, hey, there's an oxidizer in the rocket fuel that ignites and keeps it ignited when it comes off. I mean, I've just looked it up. Basically, it's liquid hydrogen. RP1 is burned with liquid oxygen, or LOX. Now, you're basically saying, no, that's not the answer. Then what is in rocket fuel?
No,
how does rocket fuel work? No.
Mark,
how does rocket fuel work? Don't dodge. Don't go to another subject.
Mark,
what's in
did you
rocket
look it
fuel?
up on Google, Wikipedia, NASA, or GPT?
That's not an answer. What is in rocket fuel then?
Did you
What's in rocket
did
fuel?
you look it up?
No,
in
don't
Wikipedia
dodge.
or
Don't
Google?
dodge.
Did you look it up on yes or no? Did you look it up on Google?
They're not going to answer. Jim, what's in rocket fuel?
That is a non sequitur for what we're talking about. Mark, you're really good at non sequitur. Mark, bottom line.
Yeah,
Mark.
dodge.
Bottom
dodge,
line,
dodge,
Mark.
Dodge.
The Newton's third law of motion works
Watch the tap
perfectly
dance.
down here on Earth. But because you guys love your globe and love your outer space, you will absolutely neglect everything in science because your spinning space ball is so scientifically impossible that you actually come on here and tell us that Newton's third law of motion works in fairy tale Narnia outer space. You tell us the second law of thermodynamics doesn't count, and we haven't even got to the inverse square law of light.
What's in rocket fuel?
I would love it. That's a non sequitur. I don't care.
Nothing
We were
to do
just
with all
talking
that.
about
Mark,
rocket fuel, but that's
Mark,
a non sequitur.
It can't.
Wow,
Mark, it can't push off of nothing. It can ignite when there's no oxygen.
I
It
told you
works
there was
perfectly
oxygen.
here on Earth, but you guys say it works in the
Then
back
what's in
of outer
rocket fuel?
space.
Okay, Mark.
It does
What's in
not
rocket fuel?
matter.
What's in
Mark.
rocket fuel then, Jim? I've said this is what's in rocket fuel. You've said that's false. Then what's in rocket fuel?
Mark,
Hey, is every answer you Globers give the correct answer, yes or no?
No,
Or
not
is it just
everyone,
an
no.
answer?
okay, guys. So anyway,
Well,
Mark,
at least we're giving answers.
It just oxidizes.
To start.
It just oxidizes, okay? But the thing is, the claim is that it works in a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum that has no containment. That's the
I'm
problem.
sorry, it does have oxidizers in it. Is that what you said?
On Earth, does the rocket take off?
No, in rocket fuel,
Does-
does rocket fuel
does-
have oxidizers?
Does that rocket take off in an atmosphere plane?
I'm sorry, I
Environment.
thought I misheard. Did you or did you not say that rocket fuel had
Do
oxidizers
you get
in it?
oxidizing of the rocket?
Atmosphere
No
is
one-
amazing.
Yeah, I don't like saying atmosphere because it's actually an
Because spheres in
oxymoron.
it. I get it. Yeah.
But anyway,
it's a neat touch.
the rocket takes off from the ground on Earth, correct? Where there's
Uh-huh.
air around it, gas pressure. So that means we already got containment for this gas pressure. Now, once it's taken off, it has momentum. That's why when you see it goes high up where there's less pressure, it flares off. Get it? So why is it that you guys are claiming these rockets are able to ignite and move around in a vacuum where they are losing even propulsion at high altitudes because there's no air?
They're not losing propulsion at high altitudes.
Prove it.
What are you
Prove
talking
it.
about?
Prove it.
Why would they be losing propulsion?
Because
I mean,
they
they
arc
lose
down.
the propulsion.
Well, I
And
don't
you
want
guys
to
are
get
going to say,
too
you guys are going to say
sidetracked.
orbits.
Let's hand it over to
that is
Ember.
not
We haven't heard from
Rocketry.
Ember in a little bit, guys.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't want to get too sidetracked on the mechanics of rocketry because that's not what the topic is tonight.
Yeah.
I have heard a lot about how a globe supposedly violates several natural laws, which is an ironic thing to me because how the hell does a flat Earth work in conjunction with the laws of physics as we understand it? General relativity tells us that massive bodies on the order of planets crush themselves into spheres, which is why every other massive body we see, the moon, Mars, Mercury, Venus, the sun itself, Jupiter, are all spheres. Why would Earth be different, and how does that not violate physics?
Hey, Ember,
But
is
first-
general relativity physical or theoretical?
It's
mathematical.
a mathematical description.
Oh, math proves general relativity, the bending warping of space-time. Is that what you said, Ember?
We can conduct tests based on the predictions of general relativity, and so far,
what
all
test-
of them have been confirmed.
What test? No, it hasn't. What? Show me one.
Eddington, 1919.
Eddington.
The stars
19
bent behind the sun.
Oh,
You
as
ever heard of
predicted.
you ever heard of circular
hey,
reasoning?
guys, 2 out of 36 plates that they took on May 29th, 1919. Eddington, 2 parties. He led up one. The boys met in the Royal Society on November 6th, 1919. Used 2 plates, which are now nowhere to be found out of 36, and said, have you seen the plates? Either one of you, Ember and Mark, have you seen the plates?
I've seen
No.
photos.
Okay, great.
Hmm.
Those plates are no longer available. 2 out of 36 plates told
Okay.
us that Einstein became the boy that saved the Earth going around the sun when he woke up on November 7th, 1919. Show me anywhere today where the bending and warping of space-time is a physical thing.
Well, not just
GPS
that, though.
satellites.
GPS satellite. And
I don't think they believe in satellites.
Works
they think
on
that it's
Cartesian-
balloons or something.
So your satellites work on Cartesian coordinate systems. So Again,
So how
used
does
for math,
somebody in the
flat.
center of Australia
It's not the
get a
coordinates.
GPS signal?
It's the
Yeah.
time dilation because they're higher up
Time
away
dilation?
from the massive
Oh
center
my
of the
God,
Earth.
time
You
dilation.
have to
How did they
factor
prove
in
time Ember, how
Yeah.
did they prove? Give me the
Atomic
experiments that
clocks.
prove time dilation. Give it to me.
Atomic clocks.
Cesium decay.
Yeah. So
Give
they
me-
used
hey,
atomic
Ember,
clocks
we
with
sent you
radio.
atomic
Yeah,
clocks.
I'm
You
trying
said
to tell
time-
you.
Ember, you said time dilation. Give me an experiment that's been done that has proved time dilation. Help me out.
Over to you, Ember.
Okay. So atomic clocks is one. We kept one stationary on the ground. We put another on a plane and sent it up at high altitude. Just that tiny difference in how far down the gravity well they were yielded a measurable difference.
Are you talking
Another
Hapley
one?
Keating, 1971?
I'm not familiar with the reference, but sure, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
But
that's
another
probably the
one,
yeah.
if you don't like atomic clocks, is Type 1a supernova in distant galaxies.
Oh,
The
that is
light
so-
curve
that is so
follows a
cool.
predictable path. It always
is
takes
so
X
cool.
amount of time. But on high
Mhm.
redshift galaxies,
Oh.
where we see time dilation, they take longer in accord with the amount of time dilation we expect to find.
Here's your fairy tale, guys. Here's your fairy tale. We are told that the universe is somewhere between 28 billion light years and 200 billion light years long. But we're also told that it's expanding to 4 times the speed of light, which is 186,200 miles per second. But that has to be based on something between 28 billion and 200 billion light years. Do you know what that number is? I have no idea. Can you
So you've
educate
kind
me?
of confused. You've confused.
No, I'm not.
things
I'm
there,
not
'cause you've
confused, Mark.
basically.
Mark,
Excuse me.
I'm
Could
not
I
confused.
respond? Could I respond,
Let's
please? Could I
hand it over to
respond?
Mark.
Yeah, Jim, just try to control yourself. So what you've described is sort of the galaxy expanding at that rate, and that's not necessarily true. You've
What is
skipped from
what is the
galaxy
truth,
to
Mark?
Can
Educate me.
I
Hold on a
speak,
second there,
please?
Jim.
You've got no self-control, do you? The universe is expanding at that rate, not necessarily the galaxy, which is the Milky Way. So you've
I didn't say the Milky Way,
misinterpreted
guys.
what
I said the universe.
you said. The galaxy, actually.
I said that.
but,
I said the
you can-
universe.
Look,
between
people can
28
wind it back and see what you said,
Cool.
but
28 billion
yeah.
to 200 billion long. In
Yeah,
light
so
years,
the
universe.
expansion. Yeah. So, and I just want to sort of get back on, and it's interesting that Ember brings up sort of the universe and how we know that it's in motion, which is one of the criteria that you said. One is parallax measurements for stars that are near us, and the other one is Type 1 supernova, which are standard candles for how far things are away. So we can actually sort of know that we're in motion and where things are moving from parallax and standard candles.
Can I just ask, are those parallax angles based on the assumption from Kepler's third law of planetary motion?
I don't think so. Not parallax, no.
Okay.
I mean, parallax, people have known about parallax for ages.
No, your
Like
assumption.
parallax-
Your assumption
Parallax,
is
we
based with
can observe parallax here on Earth. What are you talking about?
Parallax is flat based. I agree, because the angle taking from parallax is a flat baseline. Correct. So measured flat, then calculated globe to the globe. But that's my whole point. When you take your parallax measurements, you guys are on the assumption that Venus and Earth are the same size.
Look, I didn't say parallax.
That's why you
proved
have
that
your
Earth was-
distances.
Hang on. No, I got to address that. I'm not saying that parallax. Look, this was particular to the question: what shows us that the motion of the stars and that everything, and that was Jim's concern, and he brought it up. I'm not saying that it proves a globe. I'm saying it proves our movement around the sun, which was Jim's concern.
That would be globe. We don't move around the sun. The sun moves around us.
Hey, it could be completely flat, and we could still move around the sun. That's
no, we're definitely stationary. We're trying to work out the Earth.
So that's not what
weird.
parallax shows. Yeah.
Parallax shows we are staying still and the luminaries are moving above us. That's what parallax shows. That's what I'm saying. You guys are basing your whole argument
Hold on a second there, Mark.
The assumption that Venus and Earth are the same size and we both planets.
It's not an assumption. We sent probes and measured it.
Through a second law thermodynamics violation, you haven't proven that you can violate it yet to say you make that claim.
Doesn't violate it. If there's a dome, where do meteorites come from?
Oh, now we're going to run away and obfuscate from the thing I just asked.
No,
can you
it's
demonstrate?
just you're claiming there's a container.
Can you? Yes. all gas
Yeah,
law,
so
everything
you've been
requires
asking us a
containment.
lot
We've
of
been through this.
questions. Hold it.
I've already
You've
spoken
been
this
asking
debate,
us
mate.
a lot of questions, and this is Flat Earth on trial. So we're asking you questions, but you never answer them. You always dodge to something else. So how do meteorites teleport through this dome of yours?
Sorry, obfuscation. First, demonstrate the second law of thermodynamics violation before I answer your meteorites. How's that?
There's no violation.
So you can't answer. That's cool.
Yeah.
No.
You won't answer.
Give me
no. So
because it's
so
a red
this is the
herring and
dodge
an
that people
obfuscation.
do. This is the
Yes,
dodge
you're
that
dodging.
people do when they don't want to answer a question. They say, "Hey, I'm going to pose you something first," and it's always, "Oh, well, I'm going to pose you another thing first," and they never answer the question. Meteorites, explain how it happens, just quickly, briefly. How does it happen?
Mark Reid, you are claiming something that violates the second law of thermodynamics. Okay.
Yeah, no answer. He's got no answer.
Your meteorites come from that violation. Okay. I don't need to answer something that you haven't provided as true yet. So first, prove to me, demonstrate the gas pressure without containment, which violates second law of thermodynamics. Then I can go on to meteorites for you because it's actually very simple.
You need to demonstrate how it does violate it because it's in perfect keeping with the rules as we understand them. We can observe for ourselves. And
what rules are those?
How does a meteorite come? How does a meteorite come from a proposed law violation in the first place?
You guys claim it comes from space, which violates the second law of thermodynamics. That's what you're
claiming. Where does
claiming.
it come from?
Space violates thermodynamics. That's interesting.
Yes, it does.
Jim, what are your thoughts on this here? We haven't heard from you in a second.
I love this. I'll thank James again for having me on. Here, I'm not gonna go into three things. I'm just gonna hit on one. Here's the belief system of the globe, and for everybody listening, I want you to remember this.
Get ready for the straw man.
We have Redshift and we have Blueshift. Ever expanding universe, and we're told that it's expanding at 4 times the speed of light, 186,200 miles per second. And it's ever expanding. Hubble 1928-27. But we're told the Andromeda galaxy is blue shifting. It's coming toward us. And in 2 billion years, with a B, it will run into the Milky Way galaxy. But because there's so much space in the Andromeda and Milky Way galaxy, don't worry, nothing's going to hit itself. We're probably going to be just fine in 2 billion years. Cool story, bro. And I've had astronomers tell me that's what's happening. Guys, you cannot support that in any way. If you're an astronomer, PhD, if you're an astrophysicist, PhD, you use imagination.
Okay, so I see that you're a bro lever because you keep saying bro over and over and over. It's sort of your mantra for when you can't. Excuse me, I'm talking now. I'm talking now. Please,
I'll call you dude
and
I'm
talking
now.
now.
How's that?
So hand it back to Mark.
Nice, a bro lever. I've got a bro lever on my hands.
Whatever
this whole idea of redshift and blueshift, we can demonstrate that. Like there is.
Jim, I don't want to mute you.
What an angry boy. So the redshift and blueshift definitely do occur. We can show these with light, the Doppler effect as you move towards light or away from light. And tons of experiments have been done, and I don't know what your problem with that is.
Terrestrially, yes.
The whole idea that, excuse me, Jim, you've got no self-control. Have some discipline in your life. The whole idea that because the universe is expanding, every galaxy must be, again, you're confused between the universe and galaxies. Just because the entire universe is expanding doesn't mean that individual galaxies have to necessarily be moving away from us. They can be moving towards us. What they're describing with the expansion is the expansion of the whole universe. You're looking locally and saying, oh, because that's not expanding towards us, away from us, then it's got to be a violation. It's not. It's just not. You basically have galaxies moving in all directions throughout the universe. And that one happens to be moving towards us. And I don't think anyone's saying, hey, if that hits the Milky Way, it's going to be fine. I think it's probably going to be a catastrophic event. That's what everybody says. So I don't know where you get your information from.
Cool.
Okay, first of all, can I just say, have you guys seen an explosion before? Which way does the shrapnel go?
Which way does in all
what
directions?
vector? Yeah, thank you. There you go.
Yes, but
Jim's
can
point.
2 pieces of shrapnel collide?
They still go outwards, not
Can 2 pieces
to
of
the
shrapnel
source.
collide? Can
They
2
don't go
pieces
back.
of shrapnel collide?
Can I talk
Can
for more
2
than
pieces of shrapnel collide? It's an easy question. It's a yes or no.
Control yourself, mate. Please listen. As soon as they collide, they still go away from the explosion, not
But
going
they still
back.
collide. But they still
Collide.
collide, don't they?
Hold
So
on,
from the
Collide
perspective
and
of
go
one piece of
away.
shrapnel, that other piece of shrapnel goes towards it, and then they hit, and
No.
then they go in different directions.
Can I
Yeah,
try
if
to
I
say-
may,
you have brought up
Can I
the
just finish?
perfect
Can I finish?
example
All
of
right,
how
just hold
you
on,
can
everybody.
be wrong. Congratulations.
Hold on,
Can I talk
everybody.
more
So
than 2
we're
seconds?
gonna let Ember speak for just a moment because we haven't heard from him for a bit, and then we'll hand it over to you and we'll give you focus time. So Ember, if you
Can
have
I
a
just
quick
finish?
point.
Sorry, can I first just finish my point, then move on to Ember? Because every time I'm trying to get somewhere, you guys are trying to take it away from me to someone else.
All right, fair enough.
I'm
You know what?
hardly talking.
I agree. All right, so if anybody talks in the next minute, I'll put you on mute. So Flatzoid, over to you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. The point is they're all going out. The vector is away from the explosion. Okay, so even that collision, a collision of the two are going in the same vector, still colliding away from the explosion mark. This is simple vector. That's all I had to say.
All right,
Okay,
well,
so
we'll take the 1 minute off so you can. I was gonna say, all of a sudden you speak, and you're on mute. You failed. All right, we still got another 20 minutes about the open discussion. So get your Q&As in there, and over to you, Ember.
All right. So I think I see the misunderstanding here. Flatzoid's position is that the things have to be moving away from the explosion under and correct me if I'm wrong, under the presumption that the Earth is the origin point of the explosion, that everything has to be going away from Earth because it came from the Earth in the first place. Is that why there's a problem with things coming towards us?
No, the expanding universe is not flat Earth. That's globe based. Just say.
Okay, well, I mean, if the Earth isn't the center, the origin point of the explosion, so to speak.
What explosion? On flat Earth, there's no explosion. This is simply in your paradigm that he's debunking.
Oh, you brought
That-
it
Okay,
up.
so
Jim
okay.
brought. Sorry, I was going to say Jim brought it up in your hypothetical belief system, saying this is why it contradicts itself. So I'm trying to explain how it contradicts
You
itself in very
used an
simple terms.
example of an explosion. Didn't you use an example? Is there something wrong with your memory? You just brought up an explosion of why galaxies couldn't be moving towards one another.
In your globe, yes. Based on physics,
in the
reality
expanding universe
shows it wrong
model,
for your globe.
in the expanding universe model, the Earth is not the center of the expansion of the Big Bang. Didn't start here.
I never said it did.
Well, then why would where the center is matter?
Because that's where the energy disperses from. That's how it works with physics.
Right. If the Milky Way is a piece of shrapnel in this example, and Andromeda is another piece of shrapnel, there's no reason they can't collide while they're flying through space.
You know the difference between redshift and blue shift?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It means the one is going in a opposite vector, going back to the source.
Relative to one another. Relative to one another.
When we observe a blue shift, it means it's coming towards us. We can't measure red and blue shift from whatever source you think there might be.
I don't know.
We can only measure it from where we are. Also, we keep getting red herringed, Mark. I'd like to go back to the topic, and I'm still wondering how exactly any eclipse happens at all. Any kind of lunar eclipse happens when the Earth can't come between the sun and the moon.
First, you are begging the question that they're physical objects, and then you are actually strawmanning us by trying to tell us because we have this belief of our globe that they're physical and going between each other. So therefore, something has to be physical and going between each other on a flat Earth. So it's a non sequitur and a strawman. And again, you still haven't shown us gas pressure without containment, like we've been asking from the beginning.
Okay. So that's just a dodge from the question that Ember asked, because this is Flat Earth on trial and we asked a direct question. Ember didn't say that the objects were physical. He just asked how it worked. So how do you explain the phenomenon of a lunar eclipse where the moon has a shadow that's always curved pass over it. I mean, if that's some kind of holographic projector, I'm not trying to straw man you. I just literally don't know what you think that is. So to go away and run away back to another topic and sort of you've been dodging all night, we've asked you direct questions and you've answered none of them. So at the moment, you're sort of your trial is going really badly because you're sort of refusing to answer the questions.
Hey, Mark,
Yeah,
does
Projection. Yeah.
Mark, does the sky prove the ground?
Does the sky prove the ground?
Yes.
What are you talking about?
It's a direct question. Does the sky
I don't
prove,
think
does the sky prove what we walk on here on the ground as far as, being stationary and level or being a spinning space ball? Does the sky prove the ground? Yes or no?
So from the sky, we can derive movements of the ground because the sky will reflect, the phenomenon in the sky will reflect how the ground is moving if we observe it. Just as if you do observe something else out there, you can say, hey, I am moving in a certain direction because of how that is moving.
How do you know that?
Sorry?
How do you know that? Can you give me something that...
Physics.
Simple physics. Go ahead.
But then we can take in history where people observed the sun to come up. They had a belief that it's God pushing the sun up for them to light the day. That's what they observed, so they believed that. Does that now make that God really did that? What's that got to do with the floor we stand on?
Well, the problem is that we've sort of investigated and haven't found the God pushing the sun up. Is that what you think?
Exactly. So we have investigated
Did we find
that
the
you
God?
can't. No, so that's the same. We can investigate that you don't have gas pressure without containment. So
yeah, so all of this is a dodge away from how lunar eclipses actually work, which was a question posed.
Because
so
it's a red herring.
Back to the original question.
And you're obfuscating.
It's a direct question on the
Yeah.
specificity of your model. How the hell is that a red herring?
No. Again, we were talking about
So this
even
is
from
a
our
dodge.
openings. From our openings, keep it to Earth. Because what you see in the sky does not prove what we see on Earth. First of all, you making assumptions what it is.
Just 1 second there,
You're
Mark.
saying it's shadows. You saying it's shadows. You saying it's physical because that's how you think on your globe. You think it's physical objects moving in front of each other. Okay. Now you're putting that same belief onto flat Earth. It's got nothing to do with it. No one's claiming to know anything about the sun or moon being physical objects or if it's even a shadow. That's you having circular reasoning. It looks like a shadow, so therefore it is. Okay. So stop trying to put it onto us and show us with demonstration that you can have gas pressure without containment, or at least to show us measurements of Earth curve. Anything.
Okay, so just this is a dodge because we ask specific questions. This is absolutely a dodge. So when somebody claims something like they claim the flat Earth or they claim there's a dragon in their backyard, you should be able to say, hey, how does that work? How do you fit that dragon in your backyard? And then they would provide to you how they're doing it. If that makes no sense, basically it means that their model of reality isn't actually reality. So we're asking direct questions to try and understand how they know this to be true. And instead of saying, hey, we just believe it and we don't know how it works, they're basically saying, no, back to you. You have to show that our model isn't correct. This is Flat Earth on trial. So what we're doing is asking questions about their model to see if it holds any water. And instead of just saying, hey, we don't know, they're saying, oh, no, we're not going to answer that. We're going to shift to something else. We're going to tap dance away. We're not going to answer anything. And it's really telling that only one side is giving answers here.
Yeah,
and one side is just
Mark.
It's kind of a concession, if you ask me.
Here, everybody.
Mark, I'll give you an answer. When we go outside, we don't see curvature. We see a stationary topographical plane. We see too far. I tell you what, guys, Ember and Mark, football season's coming up in the United States, called soccer over in Europe. Go find a flat surface on a soccer field or a football field, a flat surface, 60, 70, 80, 120 yards. Get some sort of a camera, get a P900, P1000, put it at about 4, 5, 6 inches observation height, and walk away on your flat plane. You walk away on your flat plane, guys, you will get smaller due to perspective and angular resolution. You will disappear bottom up. It explains exactly why we can see Chicago from St. Joseph, Michigan, or Michigan City, or Warren Dunes, Michigan, and it explains exactly how the sun works on a stationary plane. You guys don't want it because you are expecting your globe to take you out to dinner and to court you because you for some reason think that this scientifically impossible thing that is spinning, tilted, going through the motions of an ever expanding universe at insane speeds is scientifically possible. It
Amen.
is
So thank you
not.
for that unhinged rant.
I
Go
get
Ember.
it that you're incredulous, but your
Cool.
incredulity
Cool story,
doesn't prove
cool story,
truth.
dude. Hey, dude, I'll leave bro and I'll go to dude. How's that sound?
Bro lever.
I love how they ad hom
Hey,
you because they don't have an answer
if it makes
for
you
that.
happy. Oh, it was an argument from incredulity. Calling
No, it
out
wasn't.
someone
Literally.
else's fallacy is not itself a fallacy.
It's a fairy. You guys have a fairy tale. It's not a
Now,
fallacy, it's a
to
fairy tale.
answer your question, your Jeranism, fella on your guy's side, conducted a test based on that very principle in his documentary. He set up a fence with a hole in it and had a dude hold up a light several miles away and couldn't see the light until the light was held up higher
Elevation.
as predicted
I
by
can tell you why,
the
but,
curvature
yeah.
of the earth. And then he went, interesting.
Are you talking about the net?
it's-
Are you talking about the Netflix hit piece
Still,
Behind the Curve 2018? Is that what you're talking about?
still. And they don't understand why it's that way. We've explained why it's that way.
Jeranism proved there is a curve using the test that Jim just asked us to do. Your dude proved curvature using the test he asked for. Why do you have a problem with this?
Your guys, Netflix, whose stuff is so extreme they can't get on TV, did it. And it was Behind the Curve 2018 hit piece, Netflix, and you guys love that about Jaron and about Bob and stuff like that. You know what? You guys should be ashamed of yourself because Netflix is so extreme. It can't even make it on NBC and CBS and ABC. It's so extreme.
They've got their own platform. Why would they
but that
want to
doesn't
do
matter.
that? Like,
But that doesn't matter, Jim.
Let me respond to that. Let me respond to that, please. Let me respond to that. They've got their own platform. They're not trying to get onto TV. There's no reason why they would. Like, this doesn't make sense. Now, the lunar eclipse, you said, I will give you... Look, I just want to point this out. I asked about the lunar eclipse, and Jim said, let me give you an answer, and then didn't answer the lunar eclipse question. What he did was deflect to some... What he did was deflect to something else and go on this sort of unhinged rant about all these things. But what he did, gave an answer, but not to the question I asked. So again, how does a lunar eclipse work on a flat Earth was the question. You didn't answer. Either. I want to point that out. And you know, instead of the tap dance, just say you don't know.
You did answer. Either. You did answer, and
we can predict them.
Point, and you predict, and you just obfuscated from Ember's point about the behind the curve. So can I give my statement on that? I can demonstrate this on a flat surface too. You just don't have to have the holes lining up to one another. And the light he was using was diffracting away. It was dispersing thanks to the inverse square law of light. And because he has refraction standing by the water, there's so many variables that he did not contend with. And not to note that his so-called experiment that wasn't an experiment was so shoddy and it looked like a dog ate his breakfast, it wouldn't work because those holes have to be so precise to work, and you have to hold the light source at a perfect horizontal angle to go through those holes. So even if you hold it literally a half a degree or anything, a little bit down or up or left or right, it will not align up to go through. So that's why when he put it over the boards, he could see it because there was no obstruction from the boards, because if he was really precise, he could build up a rig that actually has the angles pointing perfectly. I don't know if you've ever tried to take a laser light and try to point it on a bullseye or something, let's say his distance away. Do you know how difficult that is?
Yeah, so that sounds all like a excuses to me. There was nothing wrong with the experiment. Excuse me. There's nothing wrong with the experiment. Nothing wrong with the way it was set up. It was perfectly. They made their predictions. They all agreed that were the predictions. And then what happens is after they get the result that they don't want, people like Flatzoid, like Jim, like Creationism will look for excuses of why this happened. They will try and excuse it any way they can. Same with the 15 degrees per hour drift, that they found on a ring laser gyroscope. So they will always look for these excuses.
Back to Jaren's so-called experiment. Can you please give me the hypothesis?
The hypothesis?
You said it's experiment, so that means it has to have a hypothesis, a scientific hypothesis.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, if the Earth is not curved, that light should be able to be seen lower down, and if it is curved, then we should have to elevate it to see that light.
Okay, so you do know that's called circular reasoning. That's not scientific. What are the control variables that are used?
What do you think circular reasoning means?
I put it up. I see it. Therefore, it's a globe. That's circular reasoning. It's affirming the consequent fallacy. So again, what are the control variables in the so-called experiment, Mark?
What are you talking about?
You guys are claiming science. You're saying experiment. So control variables, please.
Yeah, the control variables are the distance from the origin point to where the light is shining, because that doesn't change, right?
Okay, the distance doesn't change. Great. What else?
Yes.
There's not only one control variable. You have to confine your cause to work out the dV. So if it's only one control, how do you know there wasn't another cause for what we see and therefore not being Earth curve?
How do you know there was?
Easy, because you could see him cutting it out with a bread knife.
That doesn't make. What are you talking about? I don't know.
If you guys know, anything.
Yeah, no, you're just basically deflecting away from the fact that he did the experiment, set up his parameters, did the experiment. It came out not the way he wanted, and then you guys have to scramble to try and invent excuses for why he got the result that the globe Earth predicts.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't like his methodology, feel free to repeat the experiment yourself. It's easy enough to do.
Again, we are going. You guys are claiming it's an experiment, okay? So show me that it's an experiment. Show me science. You're not showing science. All you're showing is ignorance. That's practically what you're showing. You don't understand science.
If you're such an expert, set up your own experiment. Why don't you set up your own?
Now you're trying to push the burden onto me when you're trying to show us that it's an experiment. So can you please show me the IV, DV, and CVs for this so-called experiment?
Yeah, we've done tons of experiments to show that the Earth has been round. It's just you don't accept any of them. But again, you're not willing to go out and do your own experiments because I think you're afraid that you're going to find exactly what Creationism did, that your predictions for the flat Earth are failing.
Mark, you said tons of experiments.
Which ones? Yeah.
So when you say tons, you're saying in the thousands of experiments. Is that hyperbole, or do you really mean it?
No, I really mean that. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Cool story, bro. Cool story, dude. Cool story, man. Hey, I tell you what. Show me one.
What you mean? The experiment?
Did he live? Is there any primary physical evidence that the Greek guy lived 2,300 years ago? Yes or no?
Doesn't have to.
Oh, yes, he
doesn't have to. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
So no documentation.
You guys bring him up.
Yeah. Well, let me answer.
You guys bring him up.
Let me answer.
Hey, listen, Mark. You guys bring him up. You guys bring him up as if he's your bro. He never lived.
Oh no, I'm not a bro lever. I'm not a bro lever.
Okay, dude.
So Eratosthenes, it doesn't matter who he was, or even if he even lived. It doesn't really matter. What matters is the experiment and what it shows. It's like if we have an experiment, we can do it today. I mean, I could be completely ignorant of who came up with the experiment. As long as the methodology is sound, then the experiment will work. And I've got news for you. That experiment is done by literally thousands of people every year in the Eratosthenes experiment, where they give it to school-age children of all ages to do that experiment, collate it over thousands of different locations on the Earth, and they find out that the angle of those shadows proves definitively that the globe is curved.
The angle.
Can that be
angle,
done on
flat.
a plane as well? Hey, Mark, can that be done on a plane as well? What the Greek guy who probably didn't live that you guys invoke all the time? Could that be done on a
that's
plane
interesting.
surface as well?
Yeah, that's interesting. So it can be done on a flat plane as with a local sun if there is two of the sticks like Eratosthenes did. But when we expand that to the thousands of people doing it, the angle of the shadows isn't linear; it's exponential. Meaning that if it was linear, that would be a flat plane. If it's exponential, i.e. they get longer and longer exponentially as they get further away, then it is a globe. And that's been proven definitively.
Oh, I love it. So we have thousands of experiments, according to Mark, to prove the ball. We have, we have tons. I forgot. It's tons of experiments that prove the ball.
It is thousands.
And how many experiments do we have showing a flat Earth?
All of them. Because
all you have to do is go outside. All you have to do is go outside.
What's your control? What's your control variable for flat Earth?
Your so-called experiment that you just said is not an experiment. It's a measurement. And that measurement is done with an angle with a flat baseline. In other words, you're utilizing a flat plane to make those measurements. That's what we spoke about earlier. And again, you claiming experiment means the onus is on you to prove it's an experiment. So IV, DV, and control from your side, not from us.
No, but you've said that there's been tons of experiments for flat Earth. What's been the control?
You said
for
tons of experiments.
No. Hang on a second. Hang on. Let me finish. What's been the control and dependent variables for your experiments on flat Earth?
What experiment did I bring up, Mark Reid? We're busy.
You said all of them.
All of them. You said all of them were experiments.
No, you guys are saying all of them are experiments.
I asked what experiments have shown a flat Earth, and you said all of them.
All of them.
So please tell us about some of them.
Okay, like experiments when we try and show gas pressure requires containment. We always require containment.
Variable for that?
Containment.
It's a control variable.
Yes.
What's being varied? The
control is the box. You got the set volume. Without the volume, you have no gas. It's an antecedent. So in other words, the cause...
That's not a control variable.
Okay, I take the box away. Is there still gas pressure?
Is there still gas pressure? It depends. Probably a slight amount.
There's not.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, there's gas pressure in weather systems, and there's no container there.
It depends how you word your hypothesis. If you're going to say the cause for the gas pressure is containment, or the cause for gas pressure behavior is the movement of gases, the antecedent will always be containment.
So you would need.
No, it's not beg the question.
Yes,
it's demonstratable. It's demonstratable, not begging the question.
No,
can you demonstrate? Okay, please demonstrate to me gas pressure without containment, please.
Yeah, weather systems, because they have different pressure.
Same
what
system.
It shows, what weather systems shows is that with other phenomenon and forces in play, there can be areas of low pressure and high pressure next to one another. Like that completely debunks.
In the same system.
Do
you already have the gas
weather system.
Do you have gas pressure already present for a weather system?
What container is in between these high and low pressures?
What?
What container?
What
container is in between these high and low pressures?
No one said there has to be a container between. It's the same system, Mark.
But they're not the same pressure. Without a container, they should equalize, yes?
False. Remember, Mark, last time when you said gas has no behavior? This is your issue here.
Well,
what happens with temperature?
Gas have weight? Does gas have weight?
It has density.
Does it have weight?
How do you weigh something, Mark?
Well, you can get, say, a air tank, for instance. And if
how do you weigh something?
I'm telling you. I'm currently telling you. You weigh the container with just air in it. Then you compress air into it, increasing the amount of air in it, and then you weigh it again.
So
it weighs more.
Then. So that's not weighing gas, that's calculating the gas's mass.
How do you think you measure things?
Okay, can I make my point? How do you weigh a thing?
How do you think you measure things?
Listen. How do you weigh a thing?
I don't understand. I've just told you how you measure.
All right, let's let Flatzoid speak for a minute here there, Mark.
Okay. How do you weigh a thing on a scale? Does that object have to be static? That means it sits there static on the scale. A gas molecule does not sit static. It moves constantly. It's all moving in all directions. So therefore, it cannot be a measured weight because it literally bounces off instantaneously. It has a collision and away it goes. So you can't have a weight measurement for gas. You can, however, calculate its weight based on, based on a measurement by needing a container, which making my point. So again, that weather system is in the same system. Your onus is to prove that you can have gas pressure without container.
Okay.
Gas pressure is there.
Can I respond to his
weather
point
system
without
to
going
exist.
on like 10 points? Look,
All right.
yes, air molecules are in motion, but they're in motion inside of a scuba tank as well. Even if you compress that scuba tank, they're still in motion. But the scuba tank, the more air that you put into it, and scuba divers know this, right? The more air that you put into it, the more it weighs. So with your whole density, right? With your whole density, what is the density of a vacuum?
What? Density of a vacuum, that's really, first of all,
Well, how do you calculate density? How do you calculate density?
Mass per cube volume.
Mass per cube volume. So what is the mass per cube volume of a vacuum?
It's not coherent. How do you work out a mass per volume? By the way, your volume you're having would be a container, making my
There's
point.
no mass, is there? There's no mass, is there, to a vacuum?
Show me one vacuum that has no mass or any molecules in, please. Even your space, 10 to the minus 17 tour, it's not a negative number.
Correct. But
So
mass per volume. So there is a small amount of mass per volume, right?
In a container, correct?
No, not in a container. We're just talking about the two things. So if the most dense thing is the one that'll be at the bottom, correct?
No, gas is not. It's not bonded. It moves in all directions, homogeneous. It has elastic collisions. It moves around in all directions. So it's a mixture of different density of gases. We don't just have the densest gas at the bottom.
Yes.
We would all be dead right now if that was the case.
Yeah, because it moves and intermingles, correct.
Great.
Any thoughts over there, Jim?
Yes,
Haven't heard from you in a little bit.
Things of weight will always go towards the bottom, correct?
Gas moves in all directions. It goes up too.
Yeah, so apparently
you're
don't
trying
have
to
a
false
clue about what
equivocate.
buoyancy
Hold on a
is.
second there, Mark. We'll let
Or
Flatzoid
density
finish,
is.
and then I want to hand it over to Ember and Jim before we end our open discussion.
Okay.
So, Flatzoid, I'll let you respond to Mark, and then over to Ember.
Awesome. So you're false equivocating things like different phases with like a solid and a gas are not the same thing. Gases move in all directions. They have elastic collisions. They never sit still. They're never static, where a solid is static. So when you do have what you call with pressure gradients, the gas is still moving around in those gradients. But to have this gradient, you still require a containment to hold all this pressure gradients in.
All right, over to
The
you, Ember,
antecedent.
after. Sorry.
I'm almost finished. Sorry. The antecedent would be the container, then the gas, and then the pressure gradients. Those pressure gradients, like you like claiming weather systems, are already in a contained system. That's my point.
They're not in the same system. They're not.
Prove it.
All right, I want to hear from Ember here.
You
before
prove it.
we
You're on
end
trial.
The open discussion here. Unless you guys want to keep going, that's at your discretion once again. You saw how long the last one went. We almost went for 5 hours.
Okay.
So you guys be careful if you don't want to get down that rabbit hole again. So Ember, we're talking about containment here. So you want to respond to Flatzoid's claim there, and we'll hand it over to Jim.
Well, I'm not super interested in containment. I'd rather get back on topic.
Yeah.
You know, as we've mentioned before, we've seen a whole lot of incredulity, not a whole lot actually defending the flat Earth. I still have a couple of questions. Like we in the openings, we heard about how water seeks its level. You don't see a curve on water. Cool. We don't see the curve of the tidal bulge either, but we know the tides go in and out. I don't think either of our opponents would dispute that fact. So that kind of shows that there can be a curve that we can't perceive with our eyes.
It's a non sequitur, Ember.
Yeah.
Sure it is.
And it's
Sure
not
it is.
and a bulge of water
And
surface.
And
Everything they don't like. Non sequitur, sure.
Yep, absolutely. And I'm still waiting on an explanation for how a solar eclipse happens. And for
Lunar
that matter,
eclipse.
lunar eclipse. Well, I'll take a solar eclipse too. Why not?
Sure. Yeah, why not? Yeah.
But I mean, the main question that I really wanted to address is why reject the mainstream model? Why do you two believe in flat Earth in the first place? Besides, not the justifications, not the we see farther than we should, or there should be gas pressure, or what have you. What convinced you in the first place? What's at the bottom of it?
Are those things not important, Ember? When we say we can't see too far and gas pressure without a container, aren't those legitimate concerns?
No, they
part?
absolutely are. But when I have a question, I look at the world and I say, this thing that I perceive doesn't make sense. I don't decide the entirety of science is wrong and start making shit up. I say, why don't I learn about this and see if I can figure out why that is?
This makes sense to you?
I mean, as a model.
Do you live on a model, Ember?
Well, as I said in the beginning, don't confuse the map for the place.
I'm serious. The only model that any of us guys should be concerned about is possibly dating and marrying one. Do you disagree?
I appreciate the sentiment that some things in life are considerably more important, but I would like an answer to the question as to why you're invested in flat Earth in the first place.
I want to know that, can you concede this? Can you concede that if not after birth, age 5, you went into kindergarten and the teacher who would never lie to you had a spinning ball tilted 23.4 degrees by the teacher's desk, and you were taught that all the way through education, and then entertainment took over, and here you are tonight? Will you concede to that?
To an extent, not the characterization. I get that you're leaning towards indoctrination, but I will say
there you go.
that there have been globes in classrooms. However, I was one of those kids who asked too many questions, and I frequently got sent to the principal's office. I had a second grade teacher who told me you couldn't subtract 5 from 3, and I said that's absolutely not true, and I got sent to the principal's office. And here we know you can do that. That's just not the way she wanted to teach things. So, to your point, teachers are not infallible. I get that, which is why we ask questions. We look at the world, we learn more, and we do experiments for ourselves.
Did you ask questions at age 6, 7, and 8 in grade school?
But the problem is, I would like to have a word here because I've been very patient. The problem is that when we ask the questions, you guys don't want to answer any of them, and you don't seem interested in what the answers are. You've dodged meteorites, you've dodged circumpolar stars, you've dodged lunar eclipses, you've dodged.
I haven't dodged lunar eclipses.
You've dodged southern. Excuse me, I'm talking. You've dodged Southern Cross. You've dodged everything that we've brought up with some kind of, well, let's go talk about this instead of actually looking into these things and coming up with some sort of explanation that we can say, hey, does this hold any water? Can we actually put this into practice, and will it give us the results from the phenomenon that you've described and the explanation you've described? And I think the reason why, and most people that I meet that are flat earthers are deeply religious, so there's definitely a correlation there. It's because in order for your thing to work, you can't look into these things and create a model, because then it's shown to be wrong. I think you're scared to do that.
So you're scared to believe there's a creator. We get it. Got it. Cool.
All right.
I'm not scared. I just don't think there is. That doesn't scare me in the slightest.
Guys, we actually told you about Selenium Eclipse top down. You didn't want to hear it. We told you about LAX and Dallas Fort Worth for and land location, straight line. You guys didn't want it. We told you.
I asked you to explain.
We told you that there is no. I don't have to prove something that doesn't exist. Okay, and I told you something as far as
lunar eclipses don't exist. Is that what you're saying?
I told you something. Circumnavigation north to south. You cannot prove going down to your ball and coming up the other side. You cannot prove. Now, Ember, you can say it, but you can't prove it. Now, you should be in the business of proving your spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, and tilted, wobbling, brought to you by Jesuit priests in 1540, that Copernicus talked about with Hermes Trismegistus, that Newton, your boy, talked about in the Emerald Tablet. You should be able to know that it's sun pagan worship, and now it's worship of the great attractor, this black hole that the universe goes around now. You guys, you're Narnia.
Not the universe.
You're a fairy
That's
tale.
a hell of a straw man gish gallop there, but
You're
I'm
on
still
here
wondering about
defending
lunar
something
eclipses.
that does
All right,
not
let's-
exist.
All right, I do want to
Well,
jump in
again-
here because I do think we're right about a good time to probably jump into Q&A, but it's up to you fellas. I know.
Sure,
I
yeah,
think Flatzoid,
please.
you
Yeah,
said
yeah.
that you
I
were
mean,
on a time
we can only
constraint
get
there.
non-answers for so long, so I'm
Yeah.
happy to go to Q&A.
Didn't
Yeah,
answer
if
it.
if they want to concede, that's great.
All right,
I
sorry.
s- I still got an hour and 20 minutes before the power goes off. So
Okay, I
still
was
good.
gonna say I just yeah, like I said, I don't want to put anybody on mute, so just do your best not to interrupt me because I've got the power. Anyways, if anybody has a moment they want to go use the washroom, now would be a great time to step on out.
No, I think we're okay to go to a quick Q&A. I think that we've sort of
Are we
got
first gonna
no
do-
answers to the questions that we've asked. I mean,
All
I'm
right,
still waiting on lunar eclipses and how they work. I mean, even if they're not real, like we've said, they're a phenomenon that needs to be described, because we know that the shadow passes, or what appears to be a shadow, in fairness, what appears to be a shadow. If that's not true, then what is it? How does it work?
I want everybody to leave here tonight knowing that Mark believes the sky proves the ground. Thank you.
All right. Well,
Can
we'll have time for closing
closing
statements,
statements?
of course.
Okay, cool.
So let's get through the super
Okay.
chats, just because that's going to alter the perspective of what our closing statements are going to look like. So if anybody in the live chat hasn't already, hit the like button, share this out in that lovely contentious space that you like to do all your arguing in your Reddit forums. And as I had said to Raw Guitar earlier there, yes, my beer is not flat. So you want to talk about gas in a chamber? You're all just lucky I have a mute button. That's right. All right, let's go into the super chats. Big Bad Mama, $5. Flat Earthers, please describe in detail the origin of the global cabal of anti-flat Earth scientists. Where and when did it originate?
Here we go.
The history is simply some person woke up and decided, I love balls. It's a perfect shape. So therefore the gods had to create it as a ball. And therefore they started pushing it into a belief system, which is actually satanistic. That's why all your ratios are based with 666.
The doctors of divinity in the Catholic Church, the Jesuits, became the doctors of science. It started with Ignatius Loyola, 1539. It ended at the Treaty of the Council of Trent in 1563, if you believe those dates. And the Jesuits took over the Catholic Church. We got the Gregorian calendar because of that. And so I'm telling you guys, you are literally worshiping the sun, now the great attractor. It all started with Copernicus when he looked into the sky and theorized using his eyes what's going on. Everybody can do that too. And then, like I said, Ignatius Loyola took over. He became the first black pope, as far as in the Catholic Church, and they have controlled everything, including education. Basically, and that's what you're talking about. And you can make an argument that Copernicus, Descartes, Newton, Galileo, and Kepler never lived, because it was the Catholic Church that basically said, you go to the Catholic Encyclopedia, Copernicus was an employee of the Catholic Church his entire life. In May of 1543, he dedicated on the revolution of the heavenly spheres to the Pope, then died the same month. He was on his deathbed when he published it and gave it to the Pope. Cool story, guys. If you want to believe that fairy tale, you go ahead. We question and reject basically everything in your world, except when my teacher told me how to parallel park when I was 16. I still do that today, but the rest of it is garbage.
Now keep going. I want to hear more about the cabal.
Yeah, I'm really curious how why the church imprisoned Galileo, the Catholic Church who's behind all this, when Galileo brought forth evidence that refuted the geocentric model. Like, why were they mad at their boy who was spreading their cabal?
If you believe their narrative, Ember, I can't help you.
All right, we're gonna be careful what topics we get into here, just so we don't get in trouble on the YouTube.
You don't want to hear more about the Black
No,
Pope? No.
calm. No, that. I was gonna say, no, I had no idea what you were actually gonna say. I was just gonna keep going. Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right, Mr.
I
Monster.
didn't bring it up. I didn't bring it up. It wasn't
All right,
me this time.
no more like that. All right. So,
Okay.
Mr. Monster, $10. Yeah, don't get us kicked off YouTube here. I swear. I believe that the government is making up flat Earth so that we don't see the reptilian aliens on the moon. Do you agree? I'm not joking.
No. Definitely
Mr.
not.
Monster says they're not joking. They believe
They're not joking.
there's reptilians on the moon.
I have to tell him he might have to check his medication.
Ooh, that's a little spicy. Jim, any thoughts on this idea? that
Yeah,
he's put
I
forward?
wouldn't sort of comment on anybody's health. I think that I'm not a doctor, but yeah, I don't think that there's a lot of evidence for any reptilians at all. There's no evidence for the flat Earth at all. There's just all of these things are just conspiracy theories and people like sort of. So the prediction was from me that it would be religion is the reason why that they believe that the Earth is flat, and generally that's what we see. It's sort of this thing that people can fall into where their pre-held beliefs influence how they see the world. Science is supposed to eliminate bias, and that's how it works. So essentially, when you go in there, you are simply observing phenomena and trying to come up with experiments that are neutral, agnostic towards all previous sort of influences, and that's essentially what they do. And Ember brought up a good case. Jeranism did come up with a fine experiment. It's just proved what he didn't want it to prove.
I like Mark. I like Mark in the same sentence. Said reptilian and flat Earth is really cool, man. It's just the greatest thing to listen.
Do you believe in the reptilians on the moon?
Absolutely not. My God.
Okay.
It's just.
You never
We're
know.
sorry, Super Chatter.
It's just.
These fellows don't share your
It's just.
reptilian sentiment.
I tell you what. It's fun, guys. You guys are cool. I talked about Newton's third law of motion, and Flatzoid took over second law of thermodynamics. And I would love to talk inverse square law of light before we leave, but if we can't, maybe if James will have us back, we can do it another day.
Well, I don't mind going down a semi-rabbit hole for maybe like a couple minutes if these fellows are open to it. So what's the topic, Jim?
Inverse square law of light.
Did you guys want to maybe take like 5 minutes and talk about that, or did you want to maybe save that for another time?
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with the inverse square law. It's a law. Cool. I think that settles it.
All right. Well, we'll continue on from there, and maybe Jim, if you want to poke around in our Discord after this, maybe we can link up and figure out what we can do to have another conversation here.
Yeah. Cool.
And just want to remind everybody, there's 600 people watching right now, 147 likes on my side. So hit the like button, super smash brothers that like button. Yeah, that's right. Let's continue on. I'm trying to find the super chats. I got a pad, as these things load. You were wondering why I left earlier. It's because I had to grab a fan because my computer is heckin' hot right now. So, Mr. Monster, $10. That was the one I just read. Sorry. Romy Johndorf. I'm sorry. Romy Johndorf. For €2. What does the underneath of the Earth look like?
Good question.
Well, it depends what cosmology. Well, if you have a globe, you don't have an underneath of the Earth. With a flat Earth, it's just simply down, which would be waters above, waters below. That's about it.
All right. Any other thoughts,
Maybe
or just
some
move on from
turtles.
there? All right. Excellent. And Ember just put in the live chat that Mark's having an after party on his channel. So, yeah, Mark, if you're in our live chat right now, if you want to post your link for that, and anybody here, I know that our links might not necessarily be up right now. They will be in our post-production if they aren't already. I'll make sure I mention that to James afterwards. So let's continue on from there. So, Romy Johndorf again for €2. How big is space? Do you believe in huge distances?
Who's that too?
That would be for the flat Earth side, I would say.
Oh, huge distances. First of all, we don't believe in Narnia. We don't believe in a fairy tale. So, if you want to talk about huge distances here on our stationary topographical plane, great. But if you're talking about light years, that's Narnia. That's a fairy tale.
Yeah, it's once again trying to place the globe belief onto us. So yeah, we don't have to believe in light years and light years away, as people like to put it.
All right. Any thoughts on other side, or sorry, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, you're great for putting up with me. Thank you. I just want to emphasize one thing. I've asked everybody who believes in the globe this question, and I want to ask Ember and Mark if they believe this as well. We're told that a photon, which is massless, massless, photon, which is light, can travel 13.7 billion years with a B in the vacuum of outer space, which is 80 sextillion, 600 quintillion miles with 18 zeros behind it to reach our eye here on Earth. Ember, Mark, do you believe that?
Sure. I mean, light travels at 300,000 kilometers per second, so it's not exactly.
Cool.
I mean, it's very, very fast. It's the fastest thing
Cool.
in the universe, but I don't see the problem with it traveling that far.
Okay, cool. I appreciate your honesty. Thank you.
Can I maybe ask something then to you guys? A question. If you have a cigarette and it's nighttime, it's pitch black dark, and it doesn't matter what elevation you're at, you can be above even your belief of Earth curve. Why is it you can't see a cigarette light, let's say, over a kilometer away?
Because light diffuses.
All right, let's continue on with the super chats. I think that's a good place to leave off there. And just a reminder to the live chat, take a moment and hit the like button. Or if you're not in the live chat, hit the like button anyways. It's
sorry, Emma, did you want to address that one? I'm sorry, I just sort of jumped in there.
I was just saying, I think everything's going to come full circle as we go through these super chats. So just sit tight, and I'm sure if you do have something that you thought about, it's going to, like I said, it'll come full circle, not to make a pun. LJ, 499, even my dog knows the moon landing was faked and Earth is level/flat. Question to the brainwashed sheep, Ember and Mark, do you believe in Santa Claus too? Have you been good boys this year?
Oh, I'm never good. I go for coal every year.
Hey,
I mean, obviously that's obviously that's a silly question, but it's worth noting that according to historical documents, Saint Nicholas did exist. He was a real person at one point. So, if we believe history, then there was one. Whether he still exists now, that's more of a matter of faith, which I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I'm an atheist. I don't really do faith.
Yes, I don't do faith either. And I think that sort of equating the moon landing with sort of Santa Claus, where we know one has been a fictionalized changing of events. And, we can do tests today to bounce lasers off the moon. We can bounce ham radio off the moon. They left reflectors up there for a reason. If you have the precise coordinates, you can bounce a laser off that box reflector that they left up there. Really cool stuff. We've also
done it myself.
Things. Awesome.
Mark.
Yeah, we've also got, well, just a sec, let me finish. We've also got sort of rovers that have been up there. The Chinese have sent rovers, that other countries have sent rovers up to the moon, and sort of, you can even see the flybys from other things of the moon landing site kind of thing. So yeah, I just don't believe this big conspiracy theory, that's all.
Mark, they've sent trillions upon trillions of photons to the moon. And sometime about 10, 12 years ago, one photon came back, and they say it came back, and that's what proved it bounced off the moon. If you want to look that up, that's just great. You guys say you're both atheists, and you have, you don't base your, off faith. Do you have faith in the spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space? Yes or no?
No, I have confidence based upon evidence.
And so you have faith that you're living on a spinning space ball.
As I said,
Ember and Mark, you you have
Yeah.
faith in
So
that.
if you could
Okay.
not strawman my answer, I said I had confidence based.
Okay.
Yeah, as I've mentioned, I've done several of these tests myself. I confirmed with my own eyes, and the results lead me to believe that what I've been told is probably correct, or more precisely, I don't have a reason to doubt it.
What experiments have you done
Well-
to prove your 8 inch per mile squared drop over distance?
I've traveled.
That isn't
I've seen lunar eclipses.
calculate
I've
it.
repeated the sticks and shadows thing. I've bounced a laser off the moon.
Oh, you bounced the laser off the moon. Did you
Mhm.
record that so we can all see it, please?
Well, I've heard
No.
they've bounced signals off the moon before they even had the moon landings. So that's a bit weird.
No. They bounced ham radio off the moon before they had the moon landings.
Let's give
Completely
Flatzoid
different.
the last word here.
Well,
No,
I
that's all
think
I
the
wanted to
question was
say.
to us, wasn't it,
Yeah.
Ryan?
I was
rusted
going
in
to say,
there.
just I didn't know if you wanted to respond to what you just said there, but that's okay before we get down another rabbit hole there, because we got quite a few super chats. Keep them coming in, everybody, because I think, like I said, anything you're thinking about right now, we're going to get back to it one way or another. Sunflower, $5. Question for either side. If someone created a basic beam level with a fluid vial that was a mile long, how would the fluid in the level appear?
Flat.
A mile long, it would follow the Earth's curvature, because that's what level means.
No, it doesn't. Level means flat.
Level means Earth
Autonomous.
curvature. Mark, did you just say that level means Earth curvature? Did you just say that?
Level means perpendicular with the center of mass of whatever it is that it's on. So you can have level even though it's not level to the Earth's surface. You can still, I mean, that's basically what it means. It means it's level.
Do you ever get tired of mental gymnastics, Mark?
Do you?
No,
Do you ever get tired of tap dancing?
I go out.
This is getting into
the
mudslinging.
Yeah, but can I just ask them?
I didn't start it.
Can I just ask them, Mark? You do know horizontal doesn't curve, right?
Do I know horizontal doesn't curve?
Yeah.
I'm not even sure what to say to
the
that.
Mathematical ideal of horizontal doesn't, but in the real world, yeah, it sure does. I mean, you can't build a skyscraper without taking the curvature of the Earth into account, because the parallel uprights of the building aren't perpendicular, aren't parallel. The building is wider at the top than it is at the bottom because the Earth is curved.
Where's the
skyscraper?
Where's the blueprint? Where's the blueprints for that, Ember? Again, you can speak something, but you can't prove it. Where's the blueprints for that?
Sorry?
The architecture for that? Where's it
Help
at?
yourself.
I was going to
ask.
ask. A skyscraper. You said it's wide at the top than the bottom.
Ever so slightly, yes.
No, skyscrapers go thinner, closer together as they go up because they need less weight.
You're deliberately
above.
misunderstanding me. Take the Empire State Building, the square part at the very top. If you trace that directly down, forget about how the building flares out, just the square part at the top, its footprint on the ground is smaller than the space it takes up above, because the upright beams move slightly further apart because up and down are not parallel.
Tension.
Can you show that?
It's called mechanics.
Can you
excuses.
Can you show,
awesome.
Excuses, yeah.
No, it's mechanics. It's for tension. Things need to be able to.
So first you're incredulous, and now you're throwing out whatever pops into your head that you can explain it away with.
I get exactly the same argument with the Verrazano Bridge. Why do you think it's leaning? Oh, because it's a tension bridge. It's just
I'll just add something that there's no such thing as a exactly straight line. It sort of is one thing that we can't actually practically put into the real world. Everything has a curve. The only straight line is one that's conceptual, because even the slightest misalignment of atoms, when you get down to the very nitty gritty, will make it not a perfectly straight line. So essentially, when you're talking about perfectly horizontal, it is just conceptual and not something that we can actually put into place in the real world.
So Mark says again that there is no such thing as a straight line. I tell you that the mental gymnastics that you two and the globe community go through amazes me every single day.
That's not a refutation.
I tell you what, I'm telling you right now, I'm calling the globe up tomorrow. And which one of you two want to go on a date with it first?
Okay, Jim, can you present to me then a perfectly straight line?
Can you present? You made you.
No.
You
Answer the
no,
question. Don't
Mark.
dodge.
You
Tap dance.
made the
Okay.
claim. You
Mhm.
made the claim, and then you went to atoms. You went to atoms with with a nucleus with electrons that go around it that a massless photon can go into and bump into a different orbit or bump back into the nucleus, which is the photoelectric effect that Einstein stole and published in 1905, won a Nobel Prize for in 1921. You invoked it. I did not. I questioned it. You made the claim. So it's on you, Mark, to prove what you just said about the atom and all that stuff and a line not being straight. It's conceptual. Those are your words.
Okay, so can you present to me a straight line that when I don't
I
zoom into
don't
it? Excuse me, can I
to.
please
All right,
speak?
let's
Can I
let Mark
please
wrap
speak?
this one up, and then we're going to move on for the
So
next
if
one.
if your claim is that a line can be perfectly straight, you should be able to present to me a perfectly straight line that when I zoom into it and get closer and closer and closer, it will still remain straight and not deviate in any way whatsoever. You can present that to me at any time.
That is not how the game is played, Mark. You made the claim, and I called you out on it. And then you even had the audacity to bring up atoms as if you've ever seen one, and as if Einstein ever saw one. And
Are
you
we
could,
denying atoms exist now?
I
You've
tell
never
you
heard
what.
of an electron microscope?
Oh! You can see electrons under electron microscope. Is that what you're saying?
That's
Well, we
exactly
can
what he's
see
saying.
atoms.
Okay, cool. I want
can
you to
see
get me an
atoms.
electron microscope, and I want you to send me a photo of an electron under an electron
I didn't say an
microscope.
electron. I said
That's
an atom.
what I want. You
Don't you understand the difference between
no, I
electrons and
understand
atoms?
just fine. You
I
want a
don't think you
spinning
do.
you want a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, and you say you don't have faith in, use faith. You have faith in something that doesn't exist and is basically sun pagan worship. That's all. That's
But
what it started. Mark, the doctors of divinity became the doctors of science. That is basically what has happened, guys. You believe in something that
Okay,
does
can we get
not
back onto
exist.
topic
Yeah,
I mean,
instead
if
of
you
the...
could demonstrate that, that would be great.
We should
Yeah,
go
so
back
tap
into
dance
our-
away, can't demonstrate the straight line.
Yeah,
Great.
It's your claim, Mark. It's
let's
not
get
mine.
back into the super chats, everybody, just because we do have a lot
Sure.
more pouring in, and Flatzoid's on limited time, so I do want to get through as many of them as we can while Flatzoid's still here. But Flatzoid,
that.
we super appreciate you being here. Kyle G, 10 euros for the Globies. Could you kindly please provide a practical demonstration in order to be able to determine that a selenolian eclipse is only possible due to refraction? That's our first super chat from Kyle G. So thank you. So he's asking, and I'm sorry, sometimes with the headphones on, it's hard to speak. For the Globies, could you kindly, please provide a practical demonstration in order to be able to determine that a selenolian eclipse is only possible due to refraction?
We can do multiple experiments of how light curves in the atmosphere and how the atmosphere affects it. The only reason why the refraction is so pronounced in a selenolian eclipse is because it's coming in sideways through the atmosphere. Then it has to pass through a lot more atmosphere as if it was top-down kind of thing. So we can actually measure the amount of deflection that occurs, because the more atmosphere it has to pass through, the more that light is refracted. So we can actually do experiments on that.
Did you get that from Google, Wikipedia, or NASA?
So
none of
he
the
asked for a
above.
practical demonstration. I don't have the moon in my back pocket, but I do have a camera lens handy. This is just a regular 70-300 camera lens. What we're seeing with a selenolian eclipse is more like a fisheye lens, because the atmosphere, being curved, behaves like a fisheye. And like a fisheye lens, you can see things further to the side that appear more towards the middle than they actually are. It's a distortion effect because the atmosphere is a curved lens type effect. So, I mean, That's the best I've got for practical demonstration.
I'll give you your camera and I'll take my P1000 anytime over your camera. I'm telling you guys.
Yeah, I've got one of those too.
I'm telling you guys, you can see further than you're supposed to on your 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance. And when you walk away on a flat surface, you get smaller due to perspective and things disappear bottom up. You can do that experiment yourself. You don't have to rely on anybody else, a scientist, to tell you. You can do it yourself. You can do it tomorrow if the weather's fine. Do it and find out that we live on a stationary plane and not your spinning space ball, which 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance has never, ever been proved.
Yeah. See, the thing is,
Except always.
we can demonstrate these effects on flat surfaces like we have many times. And I mean, I've even done it on MDD where we showed a person takes a flat floor, brings in the cold air for refraction, and then it looked curved, doing opposite of what your globe claims.
Yeah, so that video was like done in shaky cam with someone without even the cam fixed. We've got no idea whether he's holding it steady or straight or up and down. Yeah, but it just like when he was moving it around, like it was just on the ground. Most ridiculous.
Hold on, there,
it was
Flatzoid.
the most Flatzoid. Seriously, man, I know your experiment sucks, but no need to talk over the top of me.
All right, let's continue.
Like it basically, when you said you could see this, he was actually having it in his hands and moving around, as I pointed out. Like if Flatzoid has a problem with the amateurness of Creationism's experiment, then he should absolutely throw this experiment out the window, because nothing was fixed. There was no controls. There was just a guy saying, hey, this is what it looks like through my camera. When he's moving it around, we don't have any idea what angle it was on. Nothing was documented at all in any way, shape, or form. Just here, trust me.
All right, 15 seconds to you, Flatzoid, and then we'll hand it over to Ember to close this question for the globe side. So, Flatzoid?
Okay, yeah. Again, it's not an experiment. Learn what science is, please, Mark. Thank you.
Over to you, Ember, for the closing of this question here.
Yeah, we're still on the Selenilian eclipse.
You got it.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much what's going on. The fact that we can is itself a demonstration of a curved atmosphere. So, I mean, I'm not sure. Yeah. Although it is interesting that by a similar mechanism, we can see the sunrise, the moonrise, etc. And the fact that they rise rather than start out small in the distance and get closer without ever crossing the horizon, as one might expect on a flat plane, also kind of demonstrates that it's not a flat plane. And also on the topic of the P1000, the fact that we can see farther than some people think we should be able to, and yet we do, that demonstrates that we can see that far, not whether the should or shouldn't. We can't see from New York to LA. The fact we can't is a problem for a flat world.
No, it is not.
The fraction limit.
Give me
the fraction.
Oh,
Ember,
here come the excuses.
Ember,
I love
all right, we've
excuses.
opened. Hold on, guys.
Give me more.
Before we go on,
I'd like
mute
to just
parade.
add one thing, because the question was for us. I just want to add one thing. They keep saying this number for the drop. It's that's not the formula for calculating.
All right, 15 seconds, and then I do want to hand it over to the other side, because we've opened up a big old can of worms from the sounds of things, and Jim had some thoughts. So, Mark, go ahead for 15 seconds.
Usually the people ask the questions are the one to end. I don't know if that's what you're doing, Ryan. I have no idea. But anyway, it's the derived formula is height equals, this whole thing of squared. It's not the formula for calculating. It's not.
1.22. I just have to say it's 1.22 times the observer's height in feet.
All right, Jim, you had some thoughts?
Ember thinks that we can see forever and things don't disappear bottom up. So we should be able to see, thousands.
Oh, no, I agree. Things should disappear bottom up.
It's really interesting. Ember, you're so disingenuous. Hey, here's a guy who sent me something, and he said, my team and I did a video using a tracker in the P1000. The tracker maintains constant zoom to track the object. This is why the sun never changes size with filter in their videos. The tracker is constantly adjusting zoom. Anything will always look the same size. And then he goes, you can use a filter in a P1000 with no tracker, and it will not adjust zoom. Therefore, the object will become smaller as it goes away. Guys, I don't put it past any of you globers who believe in faith of your globe that you would put a tracker and claim that the sun doesn't, change its angular size as it moves away. I wouldn't put it past any of you. It does change size.
Incredulity.
It does change size as it moves away. I've seen it with my P1000. I've seen it with my phone. I'm sorry, guys. If you want to believe in your fairy tale and you want to think that the globe has done something for you, so you come online and defend it, because it is faith that you believe in a spinning space ball. Cool, man.
What has the flat Earth done for you?
All right, let's.
Must be
You know
doing
what the
some
flat
nice
Earth's given?
stuff.
Hey, Ember asked me something. It gave me the truth. That's what it gave me.
All right, we're gonna let Ember and Mark close out this question here.
Yes,
as
yes.
we did say.
I just have in reply to that, I just have a quote from Don Quixote. Don't ever let the facts get in the way of a good truth.
Yeah, and you have no facts on your spinning space ball, period.
All right, Mark, close us out on this one.
Yeah, so this is the thing. I think like the question was the globe ever done for us? Well, that's just where we live. We get to understand the world a little bit better. And I just want to point out that Flat Earth has done nothing to improve the lives of anybody at all. At least sort of we've got sort of all of these inventions as a result of the space industry. Flat Earth, they did have a space thingo, and it ended tragically when the guy crashed his rocket. So we've never gotten anything from Flat Earth that's been worth a damn, really.
All right, well, let's continue
except that
on.
the fact you live on a stationary plane, Mark.
Well, let's try to continue on from there. We'll have lots of time. And yeah, I am going to try to keep it traditional in the sense of letting one side that's been asked the question to end the question. But we're Flatzoids on limited time.
Thank you.
I do want to let Flatzoid sink his teeth into the things that really gets his goat. So let's continue on there, everybody.
Everything?
Well, no, the things. Dead Idol for €1. That was your first super chat. No question attached there. Thanks, buddy. Let's keep having fun here. So Tim Pryor, $5. Yeah, every field of science and every scientist agrees with the globe. But sure, it's scientifically impossible. That's why we laugh. Okay.
This for
It's a little
probably
bit...
for the globers. I think it sounds for the globers almost like they're saying you're claiming science, but it's not actually science. It's pseudoscience.
Yeah, I think it's yeah. So the whole idea that it's impossible isn't true. It's not impossible. It's just people like Flatzoid and Jim think it's impossible, and they don't think they could possibly be wrong. So really, you have to sort of weigh up which is the most parsimonious, or which was the most likely thing. The great thinkers of our mind, the ones that understand physics and astronomy and all of these different fields, like a ton of geology, all of these fields, they're all wrong, and they're the most educated in their fields. They're all wrong, or alternatively, people who have never been educated in these fields at all and have done their own online research are wrong.
The problem
which is more likely.
The problem with astronomy and astrophysics is you got it just a little bit worse than everybody else. You got dumber by degrees. The longer you were in it, the worse it got.
Yeah,
it's that simple. And and Ember and Mark, we've been cordial. Thank you. I'm going to say this: the reason people don't want to rock the boat. Why? Because they depend on the boat to stay afloat to get paid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and also.
And we also got to say the reason it's seen as pseudoscience is because it is pseudoscience. Your guys' whole so-called science is based on a belief and an opinion of a globe. So you already have your bias adjustments for basing it on a globe. So there's no actual science for it, and there's no experiment, you could say. You guys just take calling things experiment. Like if you take astrophysics and astronomy and stuff. Can you go and manipulate the IV to get your course? No. So you use circular reasoning. You make a mathematical basis up and you prove it mathematically. That's not scientific. That's pseudoscience.
So here's the thing. When we have the possibility of two conflicting ideas, we can devise a test to tell which one is which. Globe model, heliocentric model, Big Bang model, whatever model you care to use, they make predictions, and then we test things, and every single time The standard model is verified.
That
Flat
is
Earth
so
doesn't make
that, Ember,
predictions.
you can speak it, but you can't prove it. I'm calling you out right now. You can speak it, but you can't prove it.
Okay, let's take this into how many times has the sun's distance changed through heliocentrism?
The sun's distance
it's
changes
changing all the
daily.
time.
We're in an elliptical
Yeah, what are you
orbit.
talking about?
No, the distance from Earth to the sun. How many times has it
Yeah.
changed in history
All the
since
time.
its conception? It's now
Year
93
round.
million miles away, right? Correct?
It
It used to
changes
be
year
further
round.
away. It used to be closer. No, the standard distance. And
We
this
have
was
an
so-called
average-
scientific.
Okay. Well, let me answer, Flatzoid. Don't just keep running on. We have an average distance to the sun because as we go round the sun during the year, as Ember pointed out, it's ecliptical. So it changes yearly. Like,
That's not
I
what I'm
don't
saying.
understand.
What I'm saying is when
when
the
you say
heliocentric-
how often has it changed? It changes all the time because we're not in an exact orbit to the sun.
It's not a perfect circle.
Who proved
Not-
Yeah.
who proved motion of the Earth around the sun, Mark, Ember? Who proved motion of the Earth around the sun?
Galileo?
Who did?
Proved.
Galileo?
Wow.
Galileo
That's a
did.
strong word.
Well, a few different people have
Hey,
over the course
guys,
of the year.
that's
guys, every
Well, let
interferometer,
Ember answer.
every interferometer experiment since Michelson Morley 1887 all the way through Dayton Miller, and every interferometer experiment since then, no matter, they get more and more precise, has shown 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second around the sun, and not 30 kilometers per second or 6,600 miles, 666 around the sun. So every scientist who believes in the spinning ball has shown 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second around the sun, and not 30 kilometers, which Google tells you. Every single one. Tell me how that's possible.
You can't
Can you give me
measure
those
the
experiments?
orbit
Tell
of the
me
Earth
how that's
around.
possible.
You can't measure that with an interferometer.
Yes, you
Michelson
can.
Morley was a test of the
Interferometry does it.
luminiferous aether.
Yeah.
It proved there wasn't one.
No.
That's all it does.
I know. I got the paper right here. I got it right here, and it says on the relative motion of the Earth and the ether, but it talks about the relative motion of the Earth. And Michelson
Keyword.
Morley showed 1/6 of the 30 kilometers per second. Every interferometry experiment debunks your motion of the Earth, which destroys your
It
heliocentrism.
debunks the
What about
aether.
No,
It loves the aether.
that
yeah.
is your interpretation of it, because you can't accept that heliocentrism, that interferometry destroys your heliocentrism, your sun pagan worship. And you know the reason you have an elliptical orbit instead of a circular? Because in the math, a circular orbit doesn't work. So they had to make it elliptical in the math, not in the evidence, but in the math.
And then they
Okay,
still
I'll
have,
just-
and then they
Prove me
and
wrong.
then they, and then they still have problems with 3 bodies of motion.
No, I think you should prove yourself right, to be honest with you. But yeah, this is just, nonsense. I'll wrap
Sure
up.
it
So
is.
I think
Science
I'll
is-
build off. Well, I think I'll build off what Ember said to wrap up, that when we have competing models, we usually make some predictions or present those models to say, hey, this is how it works, and see which one actually comports with reality and which one doesn't. What we've seen here tonight is this tap dance and this desperate running away from any kind of explanation of how their things work at all. They didn't explain meteorites. They didn't explain lunar eclipses. They didn't explain anything. We asked them the Selenelian eclipse. They didn't explain how that actually works because they don't want to present
You
a
don't
model.
know how it
Because
does
if
either.
they put up a model next to the globe Earth, they will have to try to show that comports with reality better, and it's just not going to.
Why don't
So
you
it-
just go?
Sorry.
Why don't you just go date a model and marry one instead of believing in a fairy tale model of your globe? Why don't you just go date?
Oh,
one?
All right, let's
I'm married. I think my wife would probably object.
Okay.
That's a fair
and hopefully,
point.
and hopefully
I would
you
imagine.
consider her.
let's carry
Hopefully you
on,
consider
everybody.
her a model.
We have all
I'm
kinds of
gathering that
people.
you're not married. I'm gathering you're not married at all.
Cool story, Mark.
Let's
Are
carry
Are you
on.
married?
No, let's
No?
not get into
Yeah,
each other's
let's move
personal
along.
lives, because that's not
Well,
gonna
I mean,
benefit the conversation.
My
this time.
personal life is being brought up, so I think
I
it's
know,
only
but
fair.
No,
we'll set a
you
better
brought
tone
it up.
going forward. So, Dr.
Okay,
Dino,
sure.
$5. Mark, so they're parroting. Mark says, "Here's how rockets work." Jim says, "Yeah, according to your fairy tale." Flat earthers, please Google and read the definition of an oxidizer. So for
Google.
you guys, that
Thank you. Hey, whoever wrote that, thank you for playing. Google, Wikipedia, Chat GPT, and NASA, I will refuse. So if somebody tells me to go Google something, I'm going to laugh, because when you Google speed of the motion of the Earth around the sun, you get 30 kilometers per second, or 66,600 miles per hour. But every interferometer experiment ever has shown 3, 5, 6, or 8. So I am going to Google nothing.
Well, I
Part of
wouldn't
the
use
conspiracy, folks.
Yeah,
But
but
like
I
you
just to add quickly, don't use Chat GPT. It doesn't give accurate results at all. It's not designed to fact check what it looks up. So don't use that.
Do you use
Okay,
NASA, Wikipedia, and Google?
Well, I use Google Scholar a bit, yeah, sure. But it's the papers that I'm looking up, journals that I'm looking up, not Google itself. Google's a web crawler. You know, they don't actually put anything up themselves. All they do is find things in other sites. That's how it works.
When has your science ever shown motion of the Earth at 30 kilometers per second around the sun?
Yeah, I think we already went over this. You're sort of just ducking the side.
When has your science?
It's just a red
shown?
herring.
This
is just a red herring.
Can you show me 30 kilometers per second around the sun?
Sure.
I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see 30 kilometers per second around the sun, please.
Sure.
Yeah, this comes back to you guys have claims without demonstrations, so it's just faith-based.
We've
exactly that.
told you how to conduct the experiments yourself, to make observations yourself. These are demonstrations you can do at home.
Observation is not a demonstration. You actually have to do the demonstration instead of hiding behind, I see something, so I affirm the consequent that what I see is what I say it is. That's just circular reasoning.
Which is why we create hypotheses. If this, then this will happen. If not, then this will happen. And then we see which it is. That's how you sort out what's true or not.
That's circular reasoning. That's why it's not science.
That's
sort
of the opposite. Well, how the hell do you determine what's true?
How science works is you first observe the natural phenomena, then you want to figure out the cause for that natural phenomena, therefore you create the hypothesis. This is the cause for the natural phenomena, therefore if it's validated, with experiment, then it's validated or it's disproven.
See, that sounds like circular reasoning.
Disprove that.
That's not
falsification. No. Wait. Because you don't understand science, Flatzoid. You have no idea. You try to disprove the hypothesis, right? It's called falsification.
You got a null.
That's the opposite of your alternative hypothesis,
so
which
you
is
validate the one and disprove the other.
That disagrees with you. Yes, if you can't prove the alternative hypothesis, you fall back on the null.
So which did we first do? Observe the natural phenomena. You guys do not observe the natural phenomena first. You make your hypothesis, then you observe the natural phenomena.
No,
that's not science.
That's first. You are so oblivious to science.
Really?
It's incredible.
Okay,
yes,
when you had the
absolutely.
so-called Eddington experiment, as you put it, was that first observed or was it predicted before?
What's your
prediction
science
is how we
background
verify
there?
things.
So it's not science then. It's circular reasoning. I see the sun come up, so therefore the sun comes up because God pushes it up. Congratulations.
So a hypothesis, you basically make the hypothesis. So just say you're trying to find out what is causing something. You say, hey, I observed this. I think it might be, say, the Earth is round, right? Okay, that becomes the alternative hypothesis, right?
No.
Yes, that is how it works.
Tell me the cause for round.
That is how it works. Then
give me the cause
say,
for round.
If the Earth is not round, I should say this and go out to falsify that hypothesis. You don't understand science.
Circular reasoning.
You
have to manipulate the independent variable to get your outcome. How do you manipulate round? Please tell me how you manipulate round. Yes, you are. Projection.
No, you're completely clueless, Flatzoid.
So you don't manipulate.
You talk about science. You are the best contender for the Dunning-Kruger Awards I have ever seen in my life.
Have you?
It's incredible.
Do you manipulate the IV or not, Mark?
Do I manipulate the IV? I don't even know what you're talking about.
So you're speaking ignorance projection.
Do you manipulate the IV? Do you manipulate the IV? How do you manipulate the IV? I don't even know what context you're referring to.
independent variable. That's the cause of the effect, aka your IV, the cause, which causes the DV,
Okay, so that's
the
what you're
effect.
talking about. Okay.
And you telling me I'm the ignorant to science? Projection.
No, IV can stand for a lot of things. You didn't
No,
even say the actual
IV
name
stands for
of it.
one thing.
All right, let's continue on with our super chats.
What,
'cause,
intravenous?
we've got all kinds of questions here. So.
God, you're so slow. It's incredible.
So we've almost cracked 200 likes. I'm not. I was gonna say I speak pretty fast sometimes. I got to be careful. I won't take that projection onto me, or else live chat's gonna just tear me to shreds. Avner 999 Flurfs, do you believe the moon is made of plasma? Thanks, Avner, for that super chat. Your first one.
You want
be
that,
possible.
Flatzoid? You want
Could
that?
be possible. Yeah, it could be possible. We do not know what it is, so we're not making claims, but it's a possibility.
What is?
All,
What would be
all I-
plasma in this sense? Like I'm sorry.
all I
Ionized
know,
gas.
Okay.
all
Yeah,
I
you can
know,
go, sorry.
all I know with the moon is this: when it reaches about a quarter, or the last quarter, or the gibbous, either way, yeah, after full moon or before full moon, it is looking up at 3:30, 4. It's looking up about 1:30, 2 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock, and the sun is down at 5 o'clock, 5:30. If it was on the moon, if you wait till after the full moon and you get a quarter, or you get a waning gibbous, if that's what it's called, the moon is looking up at 10, 10:30, 11 o'clock, and the sun is down at 8. If you go by line of sight in your fairy tale outer space, you should always have the sun illuminating directly on the moon. I have videos showing that it does not. And we're coming up to a first quarter here real soon in a few days. And I'm going to do it again. But I'm telling you guys, the moon is self-illuminating because line of sight will tell you that if in your fairy tale, the sun will be illuminating the moon directly on that side, and not looking up and the sun lower in the sky. But I appreciate your fairy tale.
So,
But you know what's also
How do
interesting?
lunar
Why?
eclipses
just before
work,
you
Jim?
guys jump in here, just to clarify for our super chatters, so that is a yes. You do believe the moon is made of plasma, or you think that's a possibility?
It's just
I
a
think
possibility.
the question was the sun made of plasma, I think.
No,
No,
it
it's
was the moon.
Is the moon made of
Moon.
plasma?
The moon's
Yeah.
made of plasma.
No,
Okay.
it's a possibility. No one's claiming this. But again, don't you think
So-
it's an interesting fact that when you have a new moon, you're not able to see it?
That's
No.
what the new moon
No
means.
matter how much exposure you put, you do not able to bring the moon into view. Weird how that works.
Well,
It's a physical
that's
object.
actually not true. During
Correct.
the last solar eclipse, what was it, 2017? I took my kids. I took photos. I had a ton of cameras with me, and I did get the face of the moon off of the Earth shine reflected directly back at the moon in front of the sun. So, yeah, you can see the moon when it is literally brand new if you do it exactly right.
Do you maybe have a channel? I'd love to check this out if you got the video.
I do not have the video on my channel, but I do have a channel.
Awesome.
So again, Ember is speaking something, but he can't prove something. Thank you.
So
Ember.
again, I just like to point out that they're making all of these statements on sort of how their model works, what the model entails, but they don't actually even know. So what this shows is that the moon can be anything to justify their presuppositions about the world. If something doesn't work, they can just say, hey, the moon's not plasma, it's this other thing. Oh, well, that's not, this other thing. It's then made of cheese is why that it shows what it shows. This is the deception that Flat Earth always does. They always will never get pinned down to one description, because then they can change it to suit whatever proves them wrong.
You
This is the
self-project
path-
really well.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
This is the path to ignorance.
Okay.
It absolutely is.
Why do you think it's called relativity? Because you can change it anytime you want to. It's not called it's not called special objectivity or general objectivity. It's called relativity because you can change it anytime. Mark, you've self-projected at least 2 or 3 times tonight, and this is the first time I've called you out. But I'm telling you
How
right
do you
now,
self-project?
if you believe that the moon can look up at 10, 10:30, and the sun can be down at 8, and vice versa before it becomes a new moon. And you say, well, it's refraction or the bending and warping of space-time or whatever. Line of sight should tell you that the moon is self-illuminating. You go look at it in 3 or 4 days, look at it after the full moon, and you come back with me because I have video that the moon is self-illuminating. I'm sorry, guys. I know you're atheists. Your faith is in the globe. Some of us have faith in a creator who created us.
I mean, that's cool. How do you get a shadow on a self-illuminating surface?
Okay, can I finish off this? So give me the next one, Ryan.
I'd like the answer to that. How do you get a shadow on a self-illuminating surface?
First of all, you making a assertion that it's a shadow. Secondly, like we're saying,
what is it?
We don't know. Just because your globe tells you it's something doesn't make it so. It just means you are gullible and enough to have faith to believe it's what's been told.
What's the definition of a shadow?
Again, we're closing off here. Nobody's saying it's a shadow or it's not a shadow.
I'm saying it's a shadow.
So you claiming it to be a shadow. That's you. That's not me.
All right, let's move on here, guys. Tim Pryor, $5. Apparently, this is not the one that the flat earthers are going to give evidence for flat Earth. They are really obsessed with globe Earth, aren't they? They're coming at you too. So Jim and Flatzoid,
maybe they want to date the globe Earth model. Have you ever thought about that? Maybe they want. Maybe they're jealous.
Okay.
Flatzoid, you go, and then I have a response.
Okay. What do you think we presented? Bodies of water always stay level, flat, at rest. No measured curve. You need containment to have gas pressure. No rotation of Earth, aka all flat. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Since
experiments that showed flat Earth.
Since 1958, 65 years ago, NASA has gotten $700 billion. Space Force, I don't know. They started December 2019. You have other space agencies spread throughout the world. You have education. You have entertainment. It is a very good possibility if you adjust for inflation between 1958 and today, 65 years, that the globe, through taxpayer money, printed money, borrowed money, NGOs, foundations, has gotten somewhere between 8 and 10 trillion dollars with a T, and our side from foundations, NGOs, taxpayer money, printed money, borrowed money has gotten zero. Your science has been bought.
All right. Well, I didn't want to keep this going, but you're kind of coming at the other side there. So let's
not address the question.
I'm just giving you facts as far as money that your side has gotten that our side hasn't.
Yeah, weird how we fund actual science, huh?
All right, let's continue on. Dr. Dino, $2. Thanks for your super chat. And thanks to everybody else for their super chat. I think I've been forgetting to say thanks for your super chat. So big thank you to everybody who has already put in a super chat. And to those of you who haven't, no thank yous. Shame on you. Dr. Dino, $2. Serious.
Thank you for watching anyway.
Yeah, thanks for watching anyways. Don't let my Canadian sarcasm jar you, right? I do know that I've been I've been known to say that the Canadian sorry is usually sorry you're so stupid, eh? That's why A is usually followed up with that. We're not actually as kind.
I'm gonna look at Canadians in a whole new light now.
Yeah, exactly. That apology is really just like a little tiny backhand. Anyways, I'm kidding. Sorry to the Canadians in the live chat. Let's continue on. Dr. Dino, $2. I'll say it again. Serious Hoven flashbacks here. Having fun, E and M. Are you having fun, Ember and Mark?
Yeah,
it's a good time.
I think, and it's funny because you hear the same arguments, and Hoven kind of goes off flat earthers are stupid and stuff like that. He really is this, really denigrates them completely, which I probably wouldn't do. But it's odd because you hear the same arguments from these people about a young Earth, about a flat Earth, about all these conspiracies stopping us from learning the truth, Mark. Kind of thing. But they, but they can't agree on the truth. That's the thing. Like you hear all these conspiracy theories, but they can never get on the same page.
Yeah, Ember,
You know,
your thoughts, and then Jim, Flatzoid, you guys having a good time? You having a
Oh yeah, it's always great.
chill
I love
time
being
on
on.
modern day debate? How you
I
hanging out
love
there,
it.
Jim?
I enjoy Ryan. He's very, very fair. And Mark and Ember, first time I've met you, you guys are great. And I know Flatzoid a little bit.
Hey,
Yeah, and
hey.
Jim's awesome. It's good to actually have Jim on here. I mean, that's your first debate, correct, Jim?
Yes, on modern day debate. Yes. And I
Awesome.
want, and if I don't get a chance
Cool.
to thank, if I don't get a chance to thank James, I want to thank James right now.
Oh yes, always.
It's well worth it to wake up at 1 a.m. for these things.
I was going to say, yes, always a big thank you to the modern day debate overlord, James, our Lord and Savior here at Modern Day Debate for just creating such an amazing channel where we can have a neutral platform for everybody to share their views. We're going to continue with the Q&A. Once again, I want to remind our fellas, if you want an opportunity to use the washroom, get yourself a drink, we can have a little moment for that. Yay or nay? No, these guys are professionals.
I'm good for right now.
They don't want to
I'm
go
good.
anywhere. Ooh, my
I'm good.
wife just got home. Hello, wife. Anyways, let's continue on.
hi Ryan waifu.
Hello, Ryan waifu. Hi. Oh,
Hello.
always throwing her jacket on the back of my chair. I tell her not to do that.
There you go.
And there she goes.
Showing
All right.
superiority.
Yeah,
Clear dominance display.
oh,
Yeah,
no.
dominance
I
display.
gotta
yeah.
get called out in the live chat now. See, what have you done to me, wife? What have you done? All right, LJ, 199. Mark is a sad. Sorry, Mark. Mark is a sad example of
No.
what humanity has become.
Okay.
Well,
Cool.
yeah, that's a little ad hominem. I didn't mean to get. I already had it that far, so I figured I may as well finish off.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Matthew Wilson, a
Yeah.
fellow Canadian, for $2.
No. Could I get to respond to that? I mean,
You want to
look,
respond?
calling
Okay, you
some-
go for it.
Yeah. I mean, calling someone names isn't a refutation of any of their arguments. I could be like a puddle on the floor making an argument, an absolute genetic nightmare making an argument. Doesn't mean that I'm wrong. Like, it's not a refutation of what I've said. So if all you can do is throw insults, then good on you. I don't know what to say.
That I would
That's
agree
awesome,
with
though.
you, Mark. I'd agree with you on that one, Mark.
Yeah. So,
sure.
like, base it on the arguments, not on how people look or stuff like that. It's just pointless.
All right, just hold on one second here. Let's get back into the Q&A. I'm just keeping an eye on the live chat there because I knew everybody was going to get all their panties in a knot. All right, so Matthew Wilson, $2, a fellow Canadian. If there is a dome, where do meteorites come from?
Maybe they break off the dome. Who knows?
Hey, you come here and give me a kiss.
So it's a nickel iron dome?
Never know.
Interesting.
We
It's a
don't,
very curious concept.
our side doesn't decide things based on assumptions and things that we cannot measure,
Exactly.
that we cannot observe, and that we
Really?
and that we cannot test. If we
Mhm.
can, you know what our side does, Ember and Mark, is we test the earth, the ground we walk on. You guys look to the sky to tell us what the ground is we walk on. We actually test the ground, and that's a huge difference.
That's a great point.
Yeah, we do testing, but if your sort of your own experience is all you'll ever test, you'll never understand anything. This is what I mean by it's a road to ignorance, because you'll never even look up into the sky, or you won't cross the mountains and go somewhere else to test. You're locked in your own ignorance of, hey, I'm only going to see what's around me, while taking advantage of things that have been built based upon science. Like, the only reason why we're talking on the internet right now is because somebody used scientific principles to come up with computers, the internet, airline travel, everything. All of our technology is based upon scientific principles. If
And
we
we
just
can-
went, well, we're not going to do anything but look at the ground, we would never have come up with those things.
We can do that on a stationary plane as
Yeah.
well, Mark.
It's not shape dependent.
No, it's not.
But only if you're just looking at the ground, you're never going to
We
figure
are
these
looking at the
things out.
sky. The only difference is you guys already have your belief that the sky you're looking at is a vacuum that violates the second law of thermodynamics.
It doesn't
Well,
know.
it doesn't. And also, we don't start from a place of belief. We start from a place of skepticism. Say, we don't have a reason to believe this. Can we demonstrate it? And then it gets demonstrated, and we go, okay, we've come this far. Now let's try to demonstrate something else. And where stuff fails, like a flat Earth, then we stop believing in that.
Great. So you can demonstrate gas pressure without containment for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, we already did.
Yeah,
No.
that's been asked and answered. Also,
Yeah, nice.
You haven't
altitude. As you go
demonstrated.
up in altitude, pressure goes down. If there were a container, it should be a homogeneous pressure. Also, we can see lots and lots of planets, including gas giants, who don't seem to have domes to hold their gases in.
Sorry, again, pressure gradients come after gas pressure, which comes after the containment. Your pressure gradient is already in a contained system. It's a dynamic system in a inhomogeneous gas. There we go.
A what gas?
Inhomogeneous. It's moving around in all directions constantly. It's dynamic. We got a few variables to contend with, which gives the pressure gradient. You guys saying we have pressure gradients doesn't negate that the gas was there with the containment already. Step one, container. Step
Kind
two,
of
gas.
does.
Step
If
don't
we
three,
know
had
that
a
a
container,
container-
it would be the same pressure throughout, like
No.
whenever we measure it in any container ever.
Hey,
Yes.
would you guys disagree, Mark and Ember? Would you disagree with this comment that you guys know it's a globe because it's a globe, which is begging the question? I mean, do you go in assuming it's a
No.
globe because it's a globe, which is the ultimate in begging a question? Do you guys do that?
No.
Okay.
All right, let's continue on with the super chats, everybody. Just a reminder to keep your super chats friendly and also keep your live chats friendly because we will remove them, unfortunately. And if you're spamming in the live chat, we'll put you on timeout or kick you out of the stream. We don't want to do that. So let's continue on. So Lisa Richardson, 999. If I were 1 inch tall, standing on 1 foot tall, standing on a ball, I wouldn't see a curve on its horizon if I stood on a round plate unless I was in the center. I would see a curve. Why don't we see this on Earth if it's flat?
Right? You would see it's based on angles. So you can't resolve how far. So if you're saying you can only see it on a curve, which is really nonsensical because we show these demonstrations on flat surfaces constantly, because it's just angles. You practically see with angles. When you rise up, you're pushing your field of view out further, your angle's widening. When you're lower, you diminishing that angle. That's why it gets diffracted and you can't resolve further than what you can see. It's not shape dependent. It's just how optics work.
Well, actually, on a flat Earth, if you rise up, because the hypotenuse of a right angle triangle is longer than a straight line, the further you rise up, the further you're looking to see, kind of thing.
That's cool.
So
So
field
you
of
should be
view
able to
pushes
see
out.
less. Yeah, so you should be able to see less the further you rise up because the distance
What?
actually becomes longer. Well, you said it was due to the distance,
Sorry?
basically.
So the distance makes you see less. Why would that be?
That's not what happens. That's my point.
Why? You making that
Oh.
claim, why would that be?
Just 1 second there, fellas. I think Jim's trying to say something there. Jim?
No, I was interrupting it. Forgive me.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Now I've interrupted.
How
What?
dare you?
So
How dare I?
you would agree that on a flat plane, if you're higher up, the hypotenuse of that, so it's a right angle, no matter how high you are, right? The right angle, 90-degree angle on a flat plane, right? And you've got something, say, 10 meters over here, right? The further you rise up, the longer the hypotenuse, the longer the distance to see becomes, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So
Why-
why does it get clearer and more, you can see better the further you rise up when it's long, you're seeing a further distance away?
Because your baseline is pushing out further. It's pushing past that 10-meter object.
Your baseline is pushing past that 10-meter object.
Yes,
Mark,
that's why
You're not going towards it. You're getting further away from it.
you are widening the whole triangle, the whole 90-degree triangle. So that object is staying exactly where it is. You can now just imagine where the point is, the vertex between the baseline and the hypotenuse is moving past that that object, and therefore you can see further. The object is still in your field of view. You're just seeing further than the object. That's why when you take, for instance, like Ozion the other day, or Zion or whatever his name is, when he used his drone footage to rise up, that's why you saw more of the horizon behind it, because he was pushing out his field of view further. It's perspective.
Well, and rising up should make that object smaller as the distance to that object becomes larger through the hypotenuse. But that's not what we see in effect. We don't see the effect of that.
You don't see things get smaller when you rise in altitude. You serious? Have you ever used your eyes before?
No, not enough to not the way we would expect on a flat plane. No, the whole idea that things should emerge from the top up on a sort of so when we rise up, we see the thing emerge from beyond the horizon. Correct?
Yeah, because the angle was smaller. That's what we're saying. So as soon as you're rising, you're pushing that angle out further.
But the
so you
distance
can
is
resolve
further
more
to that object.
Yeah, but the distance of the whole triangle is pushing out further than the object. The object itself is not changing. The object is just getting smaller angularly because your distance from it is getting further away, but you're seeing more past that object. You're limiting yourself just to the object by ignoring what's beyond the object.
All right. Well,
so why bottom up? Why does it vanish bottom up when you go further down?
Let's try to wrap up.
Because that angle, that triangle, you could say, is becoming smaller. That vertex is getting smaller and smaller until you
doesn't work.
Yes, it's called the fraction limit.
No, it doesn't work, because basically there's no, if it was to become smaller, it would become smaller in toto. It would become, all of it would become smaller. It wouldn't half of it get smaller and vanish. No, it wouldn't.
All right,
explain how that works.
Okay, sorry.
Explain how that works.
Let's finish up this point though.
Okay, yeah, we'll finish it quickly. It's simple. It's just the fraction limit. It's like when you take a brick and you stick it, let's say 100 meters, and you can't see that brick 100 meters away. Stick another brick on top of that brick. You can sort of see a shape. Add another brick until you've built a wall. You can agree you can see the wall, but you can't see the bottom brick, or any bricks for that matter. You can just see a brown structure. That's the fraction limit. That's exactly how it works.
On a flat plane, of course, you can see the bricks under it.
You can. Sorry, guys, I can't. I've tried to explain it in very simple terms. My time's running out.
I don't get it. If you stack up bricks on a flat plane, what's interrupting your view?
You can't see each singular brick, but you can see the whole wall.
All right. Well,
talking about
the fraction limit.
So if you see individual bricks, right, and you change your elevation, you won't see the individual bricks if you raise up a little bit.
When you raise up with individual bricks, those ones in the bottom will compress into the next one, correct? Because you were looking at it from a sharper angle.
Yes.
So
and the opposite happens in reality. When you raise up, you can see more of the bricks. What are you talking about?
So a brick doesn't appear to be compressed when you're rising with reality.
When you're on the earth,
you see the top of the brick.
No, let me finish. When you're on the earth and something is beyond the horizon, when you rise up, you can see more of it. Exactly the opposite of what you're talking about.
You can see more of it, is my point.
We're going to close this out on you.
Yeah.
All right, Flatzoid, what was it that you said there? I think I might have over-talked.
Wow, I
want you to finish
11. I got like 10 minutes left and the power's going off.
Okay, let's continue on with the super chats. LJ499. This is also kind of ad hominem a little bit there, Mark, but I know you're tough-skinned, so I'll read it anyway.
Yeah.
This is Globe on trial. It's almost 2024, and we've never measured Earth curvature or Earth spinning. Mark is a lonely loser. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't feel lonely. I actually, there's awesome people around me, but sure, throw those ad homs.
I think it might be opposite day, Mark.
Well, I think it's just sort of, when somebody can't handle your arguments, they throw insults kind of thing. It's
Well,
just it's really weird.
Let's not give them any more mental real estate.
Yep.
I'm
Let's
sorry.
move
I'm late.
on.
We do appreciate
absolutely,
your super chat,
absolutely.
but as I said, we want to keep them friendly. So, and we do want to keep moving because we still have like a good 20 plus super chats
Well,
there.
what was the
gents.
first part of it? I wanted to say something about the first part. Now it slipped my mind. What was
All
the
right,
first part?
so yeah, I guess there is a little bit of meat there beyond the mudslinging. We've never measured Earth curvature or Earth spinning. Was I think the real crux of what they were saying.
I mean, rest in peace, Bob Nadell. He measured it with a ring laser gyroscope. It's been measured by flat earthers, and we can see the effect of the Crolles effect.
No.
Sure.
A ring laser gyroscope measures the sidereal rotation of the sky above us. It's a mechanical gyroscope that determines the axial rotation or the ground rotation, which doesn't exist. Netflix, I tell you what, for all you people who believe we live on a spinning space ball, whenever you bring up 2018 Behind the Curve, guys, I'm sorry, I tune out. Go ahead and believe whatever you want to believe. That was a hit piece. It's cool. It's cool, man. Take it, run with it, enjoy it.
All right.
Until
yep.
Go ahead.
All the facts are conspiracies. It's all good.
I was going to say, just because our next question is for you, Jim, and you're on the ball there as far as your thoughts and your concerns. Dr. Dino, $2. Jim, what does topographic mean? I'm not sure you know. Do you know what topographic means for Dr. Dino?
My hat says stationary because it's science. Shows that we're stationary, and also the Bible talks about being immovable. I know these two gentlemen don't believe in that, but that's okay. And then we are plane or planar. So topographical, basically, we have hills and mountains. We go. We're told Mount Everest is 29,200 feet. We're told the basins of the Pacific Ocean are 36,000 feet. That's approximately 13 miles difference top to bottom. So we do have topography, and that's just fine. Now, what does this person who gave you the super chat believe it is?
Well, I was going to say, Dr. Dino, if you want to fire another one in the old super chats there, I'll read it out.
Yeah.
Let's continue on.
I believe they have a geology degree, so I wouldn't take that on if I were you.
Well,
but you see that
let's make it another debate.
Yeah, I was
different
say
debate for a different day.
Let's continue on with the super chats because we got more relevant super chats that are for everybody. But thanks, Jim, for answering that question, and thanks everybody for your super chats. Tim Pryor, $5. No field of science or any scientist agrees with flat earthers. They should not be allowed to talk about science. Thoughts for Tim? We'll hit it over to you, Flatzoid, since we just ended off on Jim.
Ever heard of the word bigotry? Science doesn't care what a person's beliefs are. It doesn't care if they do not agree with us. However, science does disagree with their pseudoscience.
All right, thoughts, Jim, on their borderline assault on you there?
I had mentioned a few minutes ago that since 1958, the globe side has gotten approximately $8 to $10 trillion with 12 zeros behind it. In entertainment, education, space agencies, and seriously, there's this little saying out there that 97% of scientists agree with those who pay them. And I even asked somebody who graduated from an Ivy League just a few months ago in January, and I asked them that question. I said, "Hey, 97% of scientists agree with those who pay them." I said, "What do you feel about that?" And he thought about it for a second. He said it's probably 75. Cool, man.
All right. Well, next question is for the globe side. So, Nick, for $10. I'm not a flat earther, but it's clear they didn't account for controls in behind the curve. It's not reasonable to say that test proved flat earth wrong. Do you really think it did? We'll hand it over to you, Ember, first, because we haven't heard from you in a little bit.
Sure. Well, I mean, it was Jaronism's test. I'm not responsible for his methodology. If you disagree with it, feel free to construct your own experiment with better controls. But I will say that certain critics of the flat earth model elsewhere here on YouTube did do the math to figure out where Jaronism went wrong. Feel free to go searching for those if you really want. Me personally, I'd suggest if you don't like the test, do a better one yourself.
The globe side obsession with maps and models has always astonished me to this day, and I haven't been doing this a long time. But when you guys invoke maps and models, I just have to smile.
Okay, so yeah, I'll just add something to that. So don't you think we should model the human body to understand how it works? Don't you think we should model neurology? Don't you think we should model how cars crash to see if they're safe? Do you think we should just throw all of the... See, this is the thing. This is the thing. They don't actually believe in science, and that's the projection. They're doing pseudoscience. So yeah.
I appreciate your question, Mark. We can actually observe, experience, see, test the human body. We can actually do that with cars and vehicles. We can look at that and go, we can touch it, we can test it, and we can do those things. You can't do that with your spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. So I appreciate your question, but again, maps and models just make me laugh. I experience, I observe, and I test a stationary plane. I do not see a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space.
Perfect. Well,
yeah, so
this is a great time.
We can't actually see cell development or anything like that. We have to model it with instruments, which is exactly the same thing. It's just special cleaning, basically.
All right. Well, thanks for wrapping that up there quickly. Dead Isle for another €1. No question attached there. Dead Isle, Idle, sorry. If you had a question, why don't you fire it into the live chat? I'm gonna poke my head in there in a second. I'm going to read this question out. And the reason I said perfect is because this is for you, Flatzoid. So Esteban Ibaka? Sorry. Not going to say that correctly. I can't help that. Pressure is plus even in space. The whole universe is the container for that. An isolated system. Within it, pressure exists as gradients do gravity or in pressurized systems. Simple, right?
The difference is Earth would be an open system inside that isolated system you call the universe. It's like taking a balloon and sticking it in a vacuum chamber. What happens when you pop that balloon? There's no longer air in a balloon. It's now surrounding the surrounding system. That's the same as if you take a box inside a vacuum chamber and you open that box. The gas that was inside that box disperses into the surrounding system. This is why we say it violates the second law of thermodynamics. And no, gravity does not hold gas down indefinitely. This has never been demonstrated, and it will never be demonstrated while you show containment.
All right. Well, let's try to continue on there,
Gas has weight,
fellas. Dr. Dino strikes again for $2. All right, so we'll try to contain these questions for the sides that they're asked for the remainder of the chat. So sorry to everybody, but you will get your questions answered by the side that you want, but we'll try to cap the open discussion a little bit because we're getting into the 3-hour point, and I'm going to stop dilly-dallying. Dr. Dino strikes again. Are humans apes? And how old is the Earth? That's for Jim and Flatzoid. So you first, Jim. Are humans apes? Yes or no?
I was about ready. I was thinking about some questions I was going to ask, Mark and Emmer tonight. And one is, are we descendants of apes, or descendants of amoebas, or descendants from Big Bang? And I was going to ask them that. We never got around to it. So now Flatzoid and I are being asked that. I find it pretty interesting. Hey, no, we aren't descendant of apes. There are those of us who believe in a young Earth. And we believe in the creation story. Both sides have a creation story. Your creation story is Big Bang 13.7 or 14.5 billion years ago, and that a massless photon can travel, and you blue shift and redshift and all that stuff, and you deny the inverse square law of light, second law of thermodynamics. And
just to inject here, Jim, I'm sorry to cut you off. And how old do you think the Earth is? Just for our super chatter here, that was the other.
In a personal opinion only, okay, I go with what the Bible says, which if you take it back generationally in the Bible, this is my personal opinion only, somewhere around 6,000 years.
All right, over to you, Flatzoid. Are humans apes?
Definitely not.
All right, and how old
do I look like an ape?
And how old is the Earth, Flatzoid?
Wow. How is the Earth? I'm the same. I'm a biblical flat earther, so I'm also going to rather stick to God's word. Obviously, we can't validate how old it is, but based on my personal preference, I'd say around about 6,000. Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, for entertainment's sake, if we can keep it quick, Ember, are humans apes?
Absolutely.
And how old is the Earth, Ember, in as far as you're concerned, or in your opinion?
Not geology is not my specialty, but I believe the estimate is somewhere around 4.5 billion.
All right, and over to you, Mark. Are humans apes?
Yes.
And how
We
old
have
is,
meet all the criteria for apes.
And how
Like
old
there
is
is no
the-
criteria that apes don't have. We
how
don't.
old is the Earth?
Yeah, I think it's 4.2, 4.3. Emma might be right. It might be 4.5 billion, but yes, that is the correct answer.
Hey, I just want to tell my friend Flatzoid, it may be a bridge too far, Flatzoid.
Well, just for entertainment's sake, I figured I would ask the question to continue the conversation here. So, Beamsy for $10 for the flat side. As a geologist, using P and S waves, we can draw an exact image of the Earth, and it comes back as a spheroid. We get this same results from sonar and radar, not a planar surface. Why is this?
Well, when they use PNS waves to try and go to see what's below the Earth's surface, 78% of the time they were wrong. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about. No one's been deeper than 8 miles before.
No, P waves and S waves, they're seismic waves that
I
bounce
know what
back.
P's and S waves are, but I'm telling you, they were
Yes.
wrong on their predictions almost 80% of the time.
That doesn't matter. It's still going to come back as a flat Earth.
It
So
does
you were
matter.
wrong on that.
No, it shows that they are circular reasoning again, begging the question and affirming the consequence,
doesn't answer the question.
and ignoring the data.
All right, well, let's
So
continue.
if something's wrong, like if we're wrong on medicine at one point, does that mean all medicine is wrong?
False equivalence. Nice
No,
red
it's
herring.
exactly the same analogy.
No,
You're saying
it's
that
a
because
red
they
herring.
got one thing wrong. No, you're saying because they got something wrong, then all their prediction, all of their data that they find is wrong. But you won't
said
have
that.
the same intellectual standard for other things. Like just because medicine gets things wrong, which we certainly have done in the past, doesn't mean everything they have done is wrong. This
Never said that.
is a
False equivalence again.
it's
PNS
called
waves.
it's called a direct analogy.
No, it's a false equivalence. A
How is it
PNS
false?
wave, they're using PNS waves to specifically make prediction of what's below in the ground. Correct? They use the seismic waves, and
Yes,
then find
they
it
use
to be
medicine to
false.
predict what causes disease. Correct?
Again, a false equivalence. You don't use medicine
Just
to
you
predict what
saying
causes
that
it.
doesn't make it so. How is it a false
Don't
equivalence?
you don't use medicine to predict what causes the disease, by the way. You take the disease and you try and backtrack it to try and
Wow.
yes, sort out the disease. That's how
All
it works.
Let's
by the way.
let's try to continue on with our conversation here. Yeah, keep the super chats coming in, and I just want to say this is probably my favorite debate for completely external reasons. One, I got a kiss, and two, my wife made me this awesome grilled cheese, which I won't eat here on
Ooh.
stream.
Oh well.
Well,
don't
Oh.
make me
damn it,
hungry.
Ryan!
Save
Now I'm
it.
hungry.
Yeah,
how,
I know.
How could
Yeah,
you?
you
How
wouldn't
could
like
you?
me when I'm hungry. Come on.
You don't like me when I'm hungry. Instantly, Mark turns into a big green mean.
Great rage monster, hunger monster. Yeah, absolutely.
Flat Earth Fridays. This is a hashtag from Sacred for $5. So hashtag Flat Earth Fridays at 100 crypto keys. Globe. Demonstrate standing at 18 feet and lifting a hole to 23 feet. Your arms as claimed by Netflix behind the curve.
He just elevated himself. What do you
So he was, if I understand the question correctly, the person in the experiment was standing on an 18-foot elevation above sea level, and then raised his arms to 23 feet. That's a 5-foot reach. If my math isn't, if I can do 23 minus 18.
Yeah,
So yeah, arms move.
he could have stood on a box as well. So that's not really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, you guys want to continue on there?
I think that's
I
it.
just
All right.
have to say,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
just have to say, my power might go off any minute, like I said. So I'm surprised it's still on.
Sorry, I was responding to somebody who said my sandwich looked burnt, and I was just letting them know that I've been with this lady for what 12 years now. She knows how I like my sandwiches. All right, yellow banana, €5. Jim Faith is believing something without evidence when you do science. All right, sorry, Faith is believing something without evidence when you do scientific tests and get objective evidence. It's not faith anymore. Just for your information for you.
It's an awesome question. Obviously you get down to what you observe about the human body. Unfortunately, we can't talk about virology, and that's cool. And but you come back to biblical. I know Ember and Mark are going to disagree with this, but you come back to biblical cosmology, and it talks about foundations, pillars, ends of the earth, four corners, footstools. Jesus said in Matthew 5:35 that the earth is God's footstool. It says that in Isaiah 66:1. So I look at that and I look at what I observe, what I test, what I see, and it agrees. So again, that's my personal belief. I know Ember and Mark won't go with that, but that's.
Are you trying to say that the Earth is footstool shaped?
No.
When the Bible talks about a footstool is not a ball, Mark. A footstool, if you look at it, has a
It's
flat
got legs.
surface.
Does the Earth have legs?
It
Yes,
has
yes.
it has foundations and pillars. Now, what it actually is comprised of, I leave that up to God. That's why one of my hats that I wear says "Under the Heavens," because therefore I don't have to worry about what's underneath me. I leave it up to God. I know you guys are atheists, fine, but I leave it up to God to determine what's underneath me.
Yeah, good one. Faith is believing in things that are not seen. That's faith. So when you do have evidence, even science, it doesn't make it not faith after you've got the evidence, because even based on the evidence, it can still change later on. That's why they like to say science is progressive. So in a theological sense, even with a scientific validation, even though it's validated, you still have faith that that's actually true. So it's still on a theological, it's still faith-based.
All right,
because it's evidence not seen.
Let's try to continue on from there. So thank you so much for your super chat there, Yellow Banana. Tim Pryor strikes again for $5. 8 inches per mile square came from a flat earther. Ding dong. We don't claim that. That's a straw man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet doesn't come up to 8 inches per square mile. Congratulations. So no globe.
No, it's actually a function of cos. It's like a radius times the distance, height times 1 minus cos A, I believe it is, with A being the angle.
Yeah, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
No.
Yes.
Cos.
So you're claiming you don't have drop then? No constant.
I never
drop.
said that. I said the obscured point. Of course it has drop. That's just what I've said. I said you're doing the calculation wrong.
That's your math, not mine. I'm just reading your math to you.
No, you're not. That came from a flat earther, as the chat said. That
Sorry?
equation that you're talking about came from a flat earther. Yes.
1.22 times the square root of the
because you're not even
came from Samuel Rowbotham. Are you
yes,
seriously saying that?
because where does the height come into that equation that you just gave? Where's the height?
Because the height determines your tangent.
But you just said over a distance it drops, but the height will stop that drop, right? So where is height in your equation?
Times the height. Do you know what times height means? Observer's height in feet. You're literally throwing your globe math away here, mates. So you're claiming there's no curve then.
Yeah, no, it's just that drop thing did. No, the chat's right. The chat's 100% right. I don't know why they're just not prepared to, sort of look up the real equation.
Yeah, and Walter Bison's not a flat earther. Walter Bison's Earth curve calculator uses this.
All right. Well, let's continue on from there. Yeah, Hannah, there's no debate going on tomorrow. I already messaged Christian Anarchist. Sorry about that. If I didn't get back to you in the Discord there. Thanks, Hannah, for being here, by the way, and moderating in the chat, and you as well, and Athema or Surgeon General. So yeah, join us on our Discord for Modern Day Debate. We got all kinds of ways that you can exercise your chops, and maybe we'll see you here. Every once in a while, like the other day, we had somebody message and say, "Hey, I can't make it for the debate tonight," and I pulled somebody out of the Discord who was ready to go, and I think we had a great time. That was last week. On the Flat Earth with Witsit. So, join us on Modern Day Debate Discord, and let's continue on here. Cool Lambo, $10. Pack it up, boys. The Flat Earthers believe in talking snakes. I think they're
And donkeys.
I think they're saying that
Actually, that's false. It wasn't a snake. A snake comes from the serpent. It was a serpent, not a snake.
What's the difference?
What's the difference? The serpent had
Yeah.
legs. The snake has no legs.
Oh,
It was
so
cursed to walk, to roam on its belly. That's why it became a snake.
Can we agree to this, that we all both have creation stories, we both have beliefs, we Flatzoid and I toast about our belief system. Your belief system is that you came from apes, which means you came from amoeba, which means you came from a big bang, 13.7 to 14.5 billion years ago. And so, we all have a belief system. I tend to not ridicule yours, but I'm sorry, I probably have. But, so I kind of appreciate, we can have a little bit of fun back and forth, but you guys have a creation story. We do. You guys have a belief system, and so do we. As I told you, Flatzoid is probably a bridge too far, but we'll go from there.
All right.
Okay, so here's the thing, and I want to really point
15 seconds if you can.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so there's no creation story because the Big Bang only explains rapid expansion of the universe. It doesn't actually explain where it comes from, and that's a mistake that theists make all the time. And I just want to point out that you have an unequal, you're not using intellectual consistency, because all of this stuff that you've just said on the creation story, you can't look at the Earth and find that out. That is a belief system based upon nothing, which you said you didn't do. You just look at the Earth. So
we see too far, Mark. We see too far to live on a spinning space ball of 3,959 miles times 2 diameter times pi, 24,901 miles. And if you do the math, you do the geometry, it's 8 inches per mile squared. Take it or leave it.
Just to confirm, I'll just ask it as a yes or no, just because I think that's what Cool Lambo is asking, is if you guys believe in the story of Adam and Eve. So Jim, do you believe in the story of Adam and Eve? Flatzoid.
Yeah, I do. Already do, yeah.
Yes. Jim, do you believe in the story of Adam and Eve? I think is what is the real crux of their conversation here, or their super chat.
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Well, let's continue on. Mr. Monster, $5. The Antarctic circumpolar current, the largest ocean current on the planet, proves the Earth is a globe. It can't exist on a flat model. Discuss. I don't know about this current, so I can't.
What was the question again?
So they're saying the Antarctic circumpolar current, the largest ocean current on the planet, proves the Earth is a globe. It can't exist on a flat model.
Why? We have gyres. It all works with the thermohelian currents. That's how the waters move and have their streams. Just because they're claiming it, that it only goes that way, doesn't make it a globe. It's just circular reasoning again.
Well, in a lot of ways, it's begging the question. I want it to be a globe, therefore it's a globe.
So I say circular reasoning.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's continue on there. And I see good show, modern day debate from Secret Asian Man. Yeah, thank you. And just reminder to everybody, hit the like button. No need to be secret about that. Let us know if you like this. Let's continue on. Scrolling up through the old super chats. Ivan Tchaikovsky, $5. Jim, please explain why gravity isn't real. Provide citations and show your work.
Oh, you can. Gravity has never been shown. 9.81 meters per second squared is the agreed upon average of why things go. I like to use the word boom, boom to the ground, fall to the ground. You can easily explain it using electrostatics. You can measure electrostatics. There's a field meter for it. Now, whether Feynman's idea of 100 volts per meter and have two Gaussian surfaces is actually the real thing. I'm still up in the air on that, but you can easily explain why things fall to the ground using electrostatics and also using density and buoyancy to fill in the gaps. The problem with gravity is it's never been shown to exist. Newton had this, this apple fall on his head in 1666. Newton never wrote about that experience. And so, gravity is a fairy. See, gravity holds the globe together. And if you give up gravity, you give up the globe. So we have the alternative. Everything is electrostatics. Why does millions and billions of water molecules called clouds stay up in the sky and don't come down? There's questions that we don't have answers for. I'm fine with that, but gravity has never been proven to exist. The effect things do fall to the ground, 9.81 meters per second squared, but the cause is not gravity, and it's never been proved that way.
All right, let's continue on there since that was for you. Tim Pryor, $5. Seriously, until science agrees with you, stop talking about it. Reason 50-50, why we laugh.
Who's this for?
I'm not sure. Tim Pryor,
I would
it's a little
assume
too...
I don't think it says.
Well,
Yeah, I don't
he's got
think it
another
says.
one right after that. So, Tim Pryor, $5. Fine. Don't Google it. Just learn it off YouTube. It makes you very, very smart. Or just one very, sorry. I might have made him sassier than I meant to.
Oh, I think it had plenty of sass to begin with.
Well, I'm sorry, Tim Pryor. Yeah, we'll continue on. He's got
I think
another
he's
one
sort
here.
of saying, I think he's sort of saying stop sort of speaking for science when you're not agreeing with what the science is actually, like the scientists say, and the scientific institutions are saying.
Well,
I would certainly agree with that.
Well,
People-
Tim Pryor, yeah, he has got another one after here. So, I mean, a total of $20 here for your super chats all here in a little sector. So we really appreciate it, Tim Pryor. It helps out a lot. $10. So hypocritical. You say observations aren't good enough, but you believe in flat Earth only of observations without scrutinizing it as much as you do to the globe. Any thoughts on that? We'll hand it over to you, Flatzoid.
That's false. We say observational and then you demonstrate what you observe. That's the difference. They don't have any demonstrations for the globe. They just claim it to be science. And then when asked, okay, show me the science, there is none. Fact, there's no scientific hypothesis and experiment for gravity. Newton never wrote a scientific hypothesis. His gravity thing came out after he died, actually. So, no, it's definitely not scientific. That's why we are we scrutinize it very much. Even in our flat Earth communities, we scrutinize each other based on things. I mean, like Jim, he ascribes to the electrostatics. I don't. I'm a relative density disequilibrium kind of guy. Okay, we have different in opinions on how things work. We have different mechanisms on how it works. The only difference is we actually go out and do demonstrations on this. With a globe, no scale. It's too big. How are we going to demonstrate this?
All right,
Let's just have faith. Science says so.
We'll give you a chance to respond to that, Ember, because we get this next question for you from Nominal for $5. Ember, please upload your footage of the face of the moon during the eclipse. I would love to check it out.
Me too.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it.
All right. And did you have any thoughts on what Flatzoid had just said, or do you want to continue on?
we may as well just continue on. I mean, the fact that the two models don't agree, that says enough right there.
There you go with the models again, man.
All right. Well, we got more super chats coming in. We're cool with that. We want to keep the conversation going. Then keep asking questions, and we'll keep trying to flesh out the ideas here. This is coming in from his Minister of Fire, 499. Oh, I just lost it there. 499. That fisheye argument from the Globe supporters was indestructible. Thoughts on that? We'll hand it over to you, Jim.
Say that again to me. Are we saying that the curve is absolutely matter of fact? Is that what I'm picking up?
It says that fisheye argument from the Globe supporters was indestructible.
Oh,
So they're in
okay.
support of what Ember and Mark were saying about the fisheye.
Oh, well, yeah. I don't know what to say to that. I mean, Bumgarner in 2012 went up with a fisheye and came down and over planet New Mexico, and it came down and said, hey, it was, the curve was beautiful, blah 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 blah, and then Mr. Astrophysics himself, came out and said at 127,854 feet, which what Bumgarner jumped at, that stuff was flat up there. So that's all I can really say. Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, it's no problem. And Flatzoid, any thoughts on that? The fisheye argument?
Tell me how a fisheye works if you're looking in two different directions.
Sure. Since they're kind of giving a huzzah for the other side, was that something you brought up, Mark?
What's that? So no, the fisheye was actually Ember brought that up.
Sorry about that. Ember, if you want to reiterate for Flatzoid, and then we'll let Flatzoid
I already
close it
know.
out.
Yeah, it's about the selenium. That's why I'm saying it's because of the wide angle that we're able to see it because of refraction. But I'm saying you're looking in two different directions, so that's not really
Yeah, it's because the way that the atmosphere works as a fisheye lens is what Ember said. So basically, if you imagine the lens as being the entire way over the Earth as far as your optical sight can allow, then yeah, you're looking at one edge and then the other edge. There's no problem with that whatsoever.
Are you looking inside the lens or on top of the lens?
You're looking from one side of the lens to the other side of the lens on an angle, and that's what fisheye does when you look at it on that angle. That's exactly what they're saying.
Okay. Have you been to an aquarium? I just want to say, if you've been on an aquarium before, and it's that dome-shaped aquarium, what happens when you go to the other side of that so-called dome shape and you look?
Well, you're not moving in this case.
Can you see?
Why would you?
Can you see?
No. Hold on. Let me finish.
All right.
Let me answer you.
Over to Mark for 15.
Yeah. So you're basically saying, well, if you move around, then you change where the fisheye is in relation to you because the atmosphere goes all around the Earth. So in that example that we gave about the Stellian eclipse, you're not moving. I don't know why you would apply something moving to the subject when it's not moving.
I'm trying to show you it's a false. I'm trying to show you it's a false.
No, it's a straw man. It's just a straw man.
No.
All right,
you don't have a
Flatzoid, do you have any thoughts on this for the next 15 seconds, or do you want to continue?
Quickly, yeah. Like I was trying to point out, if you're looking left in a large lens and looking right in a large lens, you're not going to see the relationships you're claiming. We don't live inside a lens, as you put it.
All right, let's continue on. Electric Monk, back to you, Jim. €2. How do you test for a creator, Jim? It's a little off topic.
I think I already said the fact that the Bible talks about those things that I said, immovable pillars, foundations, and things like that, and I can actually go out and test the Earth. I think the biggest thing that I've learned is that we can test the Earth. We can test it. We can observe it and we can experience it. We can't test the sky. So somebody who says the sky proves the ground, go ahead and go with that. But I can test the ground. That way I can test what the Bible says, and then they come to an agreement.
Just ontological primitives, that's all. Can I explain it quickly?
We have a...
Okay. You got
We have a compliment. Oh, sorry. If you want to expound on that, if
Okay,
you want like
okay.
10 to 15 seconds.
Sure. Yeah,
that's
it's just based on the ontological primitives. When you walk past, let's say, a beach and you see a beautiful, built, perfect sandcastle, did nature create it or did someone create it? That's ontological primitives. Based on observation, everything's created.
Yeah, so this is sort of, again, they project, they just, have a presupposition that they're putting into effect.
Yeah,
So,
it's just watchmaker. We can just move along.
As you do, and as you do, Mark.
So the creation proves the creator.
Show me a sandcastle that creates itself out of nature, please. Go ahead.
It's not a sandcastle.
That's how ontological primitive
well, let's
works. You're
continue
either
on.
creator or not.
Presup. It's just
we
presupposition.
have a
Faulty
compliment,
induction.
and
Being
then
the question.
hopefully, hold on now before we get too off track. We have a compliment,
Well-
and then hopefully we can get back into the subject. Just bear with me here. Run Boston Bear for $9.99 says, Jim and Flatzoid, great job tonight, guys. You brought a lot of good points, and I enjoyed your overall approach to sharing the truth of our stationary topographical plane. People are getting it. So thanks for the compliment there. For our speakers tonight, they're here on their own time. And, like I said, we don't want to read too many mudslinging arguments. We want niceties while we're trying to work through these, what can sometimes be contentious issues over here at Modern Day Debate. You never know. Nostalgic Aberoth, $4.99. I didn't come from no monkey. I came from biblical incest and 6,000 years of incest. Oh boy. Well, I read that out loud. Oh,
That's on the internet forever now.
You really should read these before
It's
reading
too
them
late.
aloud, Ryan knows it.
It's too late. It's too late. It's already happened. You know what? We're 3 hours in. I'm sure no one's gonna care. Samuel,
Can I just say
Canadian.
something quickly? Maybe Flatzoid, do you want to have a debate on the
Do you
existence
want
of
to?
God?
Really?
We can sometime. It would be great.
Yeah, we'll have a debate on the existence of God. I'd love to do
It'd be
that.
great. Yeah.
And Ryan, I
That'd be
just want to
fun.
say thank you to Run Boston Bear, to JT. He's a awesome human being.
Well, you hear that? You know what? You're a fan of our speakers tonight, Ron Boston Bear. They're a fan of you. So everybody's having a good time. We're a big barrel of love. Let's continue on from there. And don't make me say anything else that's too wild on the air, everybody, because that's just uncouth. All right, $5 Canadian from Samuel. Psalm 103:12 I don't know if I'm doing that right. Far as the east is from the west, so far has he removed our transgressions from us.
Man.
Yeah, so I think that's just a Bible verse. So
There's
we
a
can
scripture,
continue
yeah.
from there if there's not really any commentary on there.
Well, if you want to take it on,
yeah.
take it on globe, you could say, how do you have as far as east is from the west on a globe? Because there's no bounds.
All
Okay,
right,
what
any
about you,
thoughts on that,
Kipling?
Mark or Ember?
Oh, it's just a mythological
Alright.
story. Like, there's no reason to think that this is actually true, unless, of course, you are presupposing that it's true up front and assuming that it's true to begin with, which is why we see all of this, in a Venn diagram, the crossover between flat Earth and young Earth creation. It's almost 1-to-1 because, you have to start with these kind of biblical presuppositions in order to get you to the flat Earth, and that's exactly what these guys are doing.
As you do, Mark, with your atheism and your ball.
Also,
All right, Nostalgic Aberoth, $4.99 says in capital letters, I didn't come from no monkey. I came from biblical. You said it again.
we've already done this.
What's wrong
Yeah,
with
don't
you?
read it.
Feeling this time.
What? I thought
But
deja vu.
yeah, exactly. In capital letters, like I'm not reading your little. No, okay. Well, we appreciate you, Nostalgic Aberoth. You're trying to get us demonetized, and
This
Yeah.
comment alone has a whole debate on itself. But yeah, not something made for the internet.
Yes, you know what? You seem very, very passionate about this subject. Like, I don't know if you grew up on a mountain or something, but you know what? Come over to Modern Day Debate and maybe you should talk about it. Anyways, Samuel, $10 Canadian. I think we got more scripture here. Globe, Jude 1:9, about Michael the archangel when he disputed with the devil and argued about the body of Moses, did not dare pronounce. Should I do this with like a super preacher voice? Michael the archangel, when he disputed with the devil, argued about the body of Moses, did not pronounce against him the railing judgment, but said, "The Lord rebuke you."
You did a good job.
Yeah,
That
that
was
was
a
pretty
good job,
cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. I thought so.
Yeah, yeah, but what I want to ask is, where was the control variable in there?
Yeah, it would help if they
I have
said
no
anything
control.
about science.
Bible
No.
unscientific? Oh, really?
All right, let's continue.
Really? Never thought it.
I was thinking there wouldn't be too much commentary on just a scriptural quote, so I thought we just have fun with it. Since every once in a while I just get money from people to do impressions. All right, Ivan Tchaikovsky, $5. Jim, I said show your work. Gish galloping isn't
I
showing
can't.
your work.
I can't. Other than the fact that the Bible talks about a immovable foundations, pillars, four corners, ends of the earth, footstool, and then I actually go out and I observe it and I test it. That's what I do. Now, do I show my work? I do have 2 weeks ago, I was on a practice football field in Chesterton, Indiana with my P1000. When I walked approximately 60, 70 yards and I got smaller. And even though I'm kind of overweight, I did get smaller and I disappeared bottom up. And when the football fields open up here for practice in about 2 weeks, I'll do it not on 70 yards, but on 120. And I'll do that as well. So yeah, I've gone out and tested it already. So I don't know what else to tell you.
Go on your work.
All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for your super chats. We're going to continue on. We've only got a few more to go, so if you got any questions, get them in now. Otherwise, we're going to close out in the next few minutes here. Cool Lambo for 9/11. Oh, buggers. All right. Flatzoid and Jim, what caused the Twin Towers to fall? Oh, boy.
Sorry, what caused the two towers to fall? That I don't think we're allowed to say on yeah, but we'll just say.
I think that's
Well,
probably
I think
a
we
dangerous
should just
area,
avoid this
Ryan.
in general. Cool Lambo, you know what? That was tricky. All right, let's Samuel for $5 Canadian. No more super chats like that because that's silly. It takes the most magnificent carpenter to make a flat plane. Any dung beetle can roll up a ball. Witsit gets it. Chat years ago. This is a quote, I think, from Witsit, is it?
Okay.
It takes the most significant carpenter to make a flat plane. Any dung beetle can roll up a ball.
I think this is
Okay.
to us. I'm pretty sure that.
Yeah, it's a little
Earth
ad.
exists.
It seems like an ad hominem type quote. Basically saying that
Maybe,
the
but
world is
like I
a
think
dung
that
beetle.
Jesus learnt his carpentry after the Earth was around, even in the Bible. So I'm not sure how carpentry plays into that one. Weird though. Well done, Strange.
Yeah, those sure are words.
All right.
Yeah, in a certain order.
They have the ABCs in them. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. I was gonna say I just see in the live chat that somebody said that I am super amateur. I'm sorry, Darivis. Some
Don't
of that
you
might be
dare
a
be
little bit
sorry.
on purpose. I
Don't you
might be
dare.
reading these preemptively, but I just think there's enough of a funny flair in some of these super chats that they're worth reading out. If we can just spin them the right way, we might not get demonetized. Tim Pryor, $5. Multi-billion-dollar industries depends on gravity existing. Try again. I think that's for you fellows.
On Flatzoid and
Mark
myself.
and Ember.
Oh, okay.
No, sorry, Mark and Ember. Sorry, I was looking down, but
I mean,
I don't know where you see me in the
yeah,
super chat.
multi-billion-dollar industries. Some of them do depend on gravity existing. So if gravity didn't exist, they'd be out of business.
Yeah, Cavendish experiment was done to prove gravity. Like it's been proven for ages.
No.
The
Where was the
torsion
down?
on
Mark, where was the down in Cavendish?
there was no down. It was two masses. Like you're misunderstanding how it works.
And
Cavendish. Sorry, Cavendish was not an
Yeah.
experiment. First
If
of
I
all,
just
and
if I can
second
just
of
if
all,
I can
it
just
was
finish, if I can just finish, like we
calculate.
sort of gave you the time to
Sorry.
respond to your questions. You're just jumping in over top of me. So basically, it
All right,
showed
let's
like incredibly
continue on.
heavy weights next to one another and showed them move towards one another, and the torsion away got less and less and less as time went on until they basically attracted to one another. And the Cavendish experiment absolutely proves it. It's just anybody that says it doesn't know how the Cavendish experiment works. Because if you're looking for down, it's not trying to show that everything goes down. It shows that masses attract to one another, and that's all.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay,
And
quick history lesson. It wasn't to measure gravity.
Yeah,
It was
so
to try
I don't
calculate
know
the Earth's
why-
density.
I don't
And
know
it's
why
based-
we're sort of going on from your questions without us responding, but you guys are just jumping in at the end of
I just had to
ours. So
correct you because you get people that don't know this. It's not there to measure gravity. So it didn't prove gravity. It was there
It
to
did.
calculate the density of the Earth based on torque mechanics. So we see torsion twist, which is based on torque because of the density of the balls.
How do you calculate density? What's the formula for
We've
it?
been through this already.
Yeah, what's the formula for it?
We've been through this already. Mass.
What's the form?
Mass per
Mass. And how
cubic
do you
volume.
calculate?
Yeah. What's
Right,
mass?
and
What's mass, Mark Reid?
what's mass?
Yeah.
Mass is the the weight of something is definitely related to mass and not density, right?
What is mass?
The weight of something is definitely related to.
You asked me a question. I gave you the answer.
yeah.
And I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, well,
What
you've
is
been
mass?
dodging questions all. Mass is the.
So you don't know what mass is?
No, it's the combined total particles within something that makes up something. The combined neutrons, electrons
So
that
substance.
makes
then.
up a physical thing.
So you're saying it's
Yeah. So
substance.
how do you
Okay.
calculate the weight of something? Is it
By
through
having-
density?
Yes. It's the pressure
so?
applied. A pressure applied by the density
Does the
of
weight
mass.
change with density, or does it change with mass?
amount, the mass.
The mass, yes. So the more mass there is,
density
the
changes
more
with mass.
weight it has. Excuse
So-
me, I'm talking. So the more mass it has, the more weight it has, correct?
Resistance to inertia.
Resistance to inertia. How do you
All right, well-
calculate that?
That's what mass is, according to the definition, resistance to inertia. You don't know this. You have two different definitions for the
Yeah,
same word.
so how do you calculate weight then? What's your calculation for weight?
We're supposed to be measuring weight, not calculating it. That's why we put it on
What's
a
your
scale,
calculation
and
for
it's
weight?
the pressure which is forced on the load cell because the density of the weight.
The density of the weight is what causes weight, is it?
Show me
So
something
the more
without density. Show me something without density.
Yeah, it's called a vacuum.
A
Yeah,
vacuum
I
is-
don't see how
Well, let's-
density could work without gravity
Correct.
to
It
make
doesn't.
things different.
No, it's called low pressure. That's what creates a vacuum. You know, when you use your
Oh,
vacuum
pressure
cleaner,
causes the vacuum now.
when you use your vacuum
This is
cleaner,
fascinating.
it creates a low pressure system inside that.
Could you give me
tube,
the equation
which
for weight?
makes the air force itself from the surrounding system into that low pressure system.
Could you
Hence
give
why
me
it
the
picks up the
equation?
dust.
Could you give me your equation for weight, please?
No, don't need to.
Why not? No, you
Because
do.
you-
Give me the equation for weight. Give me the
We
equation
found
for
it.
weight.
Because the
Give
reason
me
I
the
don't
equation
give
for weight.
the reason I don't give equation for weight is because you guys love to strawman it and say, "Oh, you need gravity," which is false. You just said that
Yeah,
a
because
vacuum
you can't
consists
do it
of
without
gravity.
gravity. That's why you don't give it out.
A
because
vacuum
it has
cleaner-
gravity in it.
A vacuum
Is
cleaner works with
density
gravity.
in the equation for weight?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the equation for weight then?
Don't need to give it.
No, what is
Because
it then?
it's
You said
strawmanning. I'm not
density
going to
was
get
in it.
I'm not going to get strawman. You guys have literally just said you
No,
need
you said
gravity for a
density
vacuum.
was in it. What's the equation with density in it? What's the equation with density in it? So what we do is we get these equations and we see if we can actually put them in experiments to see if they hold any weight or not, to see if they hold any water or whether somebody is just talking nonsense. And so you won't give it because you're trying to put density in an equation that doesn't inherently have density in it. That's why, because you basically know that. And so you won't answer the question of what is the calculation, what is the equation, because you don't want to be shown to be wrong. You're just basically prevaricating, tap dancing away, saying, I'm not going to give it because I don't want to be tested. Like it's ludicrous.
No, Ty gets triggered when I'm
Give me the
trying to answer.
equation. No, you can't. You haven't given us any answers at all.
The reason
Ignorant.
The reason I don't give an equation is because I keep getting straw man of this. I've been getting this for years now. Again, your own definition.
How can
Remember,
an equation be
can I
strawman?
talk? Can I talk?
Hold on there, Mark.
Earlier, you literally told us what mass is. It was the density of the substance in a given volume. Correct? That's what you told us. How much substance isn't crammed inside that volume. Okay.
No, mass doesn't have anything to do with volume.
That's not what I said.
That's what you said. Did you not say?
I said that density is the mass spread out across volume.
So what's mass then? Because I asked what's mass, and you said it
is the total amount. It is the total amount. So if you have a lot of substance in a large area, the density can be low, but the mass is still high. I don't even know why I have to explain this. The mass is still high.
Do you understand what we're saying now? So without mass, you can't have density.
So what's the equation for weight? What's the equation for weight?
I'm not giving gravity.
Okay, well,
because you guys want gravity.
Let's just dodge.
We're gonna move on, fellas.
I'll change G then to pressure.
Just keep dodging, mate. Just keep dodging.
I'll change G to pressure then for you.
We're gonna move on
to pressure.
Hold on there, Flatzoid.
So if you vary pressure,
we're gonna move on. All right, if you guys can focus and not cut each other off, we can continue. I've got no problem with that. But like I said, I don't want to have to put you guys on mute. We've gone for 3 hours and you guys behaved yourselves actually more than that. So if you want to expound on that point, let's do for 2 minutes there between the two of you. So Mark and Flatzoid, let's flesh it out.
Okay, so let's change
the equation with pressure. What's the equation with pressure?
Let's just change G to pressure then.
Pressure
Can
of
I say
what?
that pressure of the object forcing itself? The object has impulse, so therefore
Pressure
it has
of the
momentum.
object?
Yes.
Is this another stool? Does stool have pressure?
You know what impulse is, Mark?
No, I don't. I want to get back to how solid objects have pressure. How is that? How is that
on
done?
a scale?
How do you
think
calculate
an object doesn't apply pressure on a scale? Is that what you're telling me?
No, well, that's weight. That's what you're calculating.
Yeah, because of pressure. So I'm changing your G to pressure.
But
the
that
amount of G forces, I'm just changing to
hold
the amount of pressure.
Okay, that's fine. That's
the,
fine. Let me address that then. Let me address that then. God, don't just continue on. But so if you're changing G to pressure and weight to pressure, that means the pressure, which is weight, equals the mass times the pressure, which is what you're calculating.
No, I'm saying your G is based on the force attributed on the scale, correct? So I'm simply saying
but that's what we're calculating. Weight is the force on the scale.
This weight you're measuring is the pressure from the object forcing itself on the scale because it's denser than the medium around it.
Flatzoid, we're calculating weight, correct?
No, you measure weight. You don't calculate weight. You measured. You calculate density.
Okay, we're measuring weight, but the calculation to get weight from the mass, Newtons. Right? Because we agree on the mass, right? We agree on the mass. Okay, we agree on that part. But you're saying to get weight, we have to use the weight to get the weight.
No, you have the density.
No, that's exactly what you said.
Again, you couldn't even.
15 seconds to close this one out.
Sure.
Then what's the pressure?
You couldn't define what mass was, and when you did, you defined it as the density. I'm simply telling you, when you measure a weight, it's the object's density that is causing a pressure on the scale. That's all I'm
So
saying.
the
It's not
pressure
gravity.
on the scale or
All right.
weight, you have to put the pressure on the scale or the weight into that equation. You are lost. No
Weight
wonder
is
you
a
don't like to
unit.
talk about this equation.
Weight is just a unit, mate. It's just a unit.
And it's
And
the
if you don't
pressure
like
on the
that-
scale, right?
All right, we're gonna move on with our super chats here, guys. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
Give me
I
the
think we
equation.
fleshed out
Send it
that
over
for
to me. Give me the
enough time.
equation. Send the equation over.
So nominal for $5. I can't find a single video of the face of the moon seen during a solar eclipse using the Googles. Ember, you could be famous.
Boy, if I had a
So-
nickel for every time somebody said I could be famous for something. So you're not going to find it doing a video search because video is limited. I don't know how much you may know about exposure, but you've got your ISO, your aperture, and your the duration. The word for it eludes me at the moment. On video, you can't have a longer exposure than your frame rate. So unless you're doing very, very slow video, it's just not going to happen. You need a long exposure still photo. That's it.
Alrighty. Let's try to continue on there because we do have quite a few more super chats coming in, and you know what? Our live chat is just refusing to let us go because they keep popping little super chats in there to try to prompt more discussion. I see what you guys are doing, and we appreciate it so much. Samuel for $2 says, "Thank you all. Keep researching the flat Earth." So Samuel, we're not sure what side you're on, but thanks for your super chat. Nominal for $5. Oh, I just read that one. Duncan Wright for $5. If we live in a simulation or a holographic universe, I can see Earth being flat. You don't fall over the edge. You just repeat the simulation.
Oh, like a Pac-Man model? That'd actually be kind of cool.
Well, I mean, simulation, it could be absolutely anything.
Waka,
I mean,
waka,
there's,
waka.
yeah, simulation theory sort of makes it.
Yeah, sorry.
Sure.
I
I'd
don't
agree
think
with
we
that.
have
In
too
a
much to
simulation,
dig
it could happen.
into there. And sure, yeah, I guess, and you know, it's kind of in the
Yeah,
solipsist,
I'd like a power-up
type
pill. That
path
would be
there.
cool.
Yeah, that's right. Bearsworth, I think they have that. It's called Viagra. Anyways, no, I'm sorry. Bearsworth.
They make a
bill
$5
for
that.
Canadian. Oh, that's right. Mark, why is the full moon a uniform light and does not have a brighter spot like all experiments with light on balls and your head? Thanks.
Yeah,
for
it's
that,
because of the
Bearsworth.
diffusion of the light, and the Earth's surface is actually a sort of force dust. It's the way that it has. But we do see shadows on it, like on the actual moon. If you zoom in with a telescope, you can see all of the shadows on the moon, like where the dips and craters are, kind of thing. You can see that with a telescope. It's not that hard.
Or a
The
P1000.
reason why. Yeah, the reason why it's full moon is because when the light shines on it, it actually, like, light doesn't just shine on one small section of it. It actually shines on quite a large area, and the light diffuses around an object. It's why you still have light after the sun has set, because if you notice, the sun sets and you've still got light around it. It's that light basically hitting the atmosphere and the particles in the air and still being reflected, kind of thing, so you will still be able to see from light. So it actually, I did a video on that the other day. 99% of the world's population got some form of light during one day, which is just incredible.
At the same time
but
on the one day. Yeah.
at the same time, yeah, it was a really interesting thing. But yes, it did occur just because of the angle of the sun, the angle of the Earth, where it hit the Earth, and where population centers are on the Earth. It was really interesting. But it's also because light doesn't just go to one small bit on a sphere. It actually goes round it, kind of thing, and illuminates the edges as well. So yeah, that's essentially why.
Hey,
If I can add to that a little bit.
Go ahead.
All right. Another factor is the extreme distance from the light source, because the moon being in orbit of Earth is also roughly 93 million miles away. If you try something even low scale, like a basketball in one of those really powerful flashlights, and you put the basketball 100 yards away and then shine the flashlight on it and go look at the basketball, because of the distance, the side closest to the light is not going to be significantly brighter than the sides. It's even more extreme with the moon because the distance is just the difference between the edges and the closest part. It's virtually nothing on that scale.
Hey,
and you can probably do it. I just heard something. You can probably do it with a basketball or a round object. Like if you on a moon, do a white round object and use a flashlight, you can probably light up where the person on the other sphere would probably see all of it lit. You could certainly replicate it.
Hey, Ryan, can I chime in for a sec?
Do we
For
have to
sure,
move
yeah.
on?
If you got like 30 seconds there.
Okay,
chime in there,
I'll
Jim.
make it quick. Inverse square law of light. If you half the distance, you get 4 times the brightness. So if we're 240,000 miles away from the moon in the fairy tale, you go to 120, you go to 60, you go to 30, you go to 15, you go to 7,500, 3,750, 1,875, 1,000. When you get to 1,000 miles away from the moon, in the inverse square law of light, the moon will be 65,000 times brighter than what we see terrestrially on the Earth. And then you could take Saturn the other way. NASA tells us that the sun is a little pinprick on Saturn, but we can see it real well up in the sky. Inverse square law of light in 30 seconds. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Well, let's continue
the
on,
Earth
everybody.
got a
if we
lot
can,
of
because
luminosity.
if we don't,
Sure.
if we don't watch it there, Mark, we'll be back in the same camp as last time. We'll be going for 5
Right.
hours here. So, because I was gonna say our live chat keeps pouring in the questions here, and the conversation is flowing. So, Run Boston Bear for $4.99. We have another compliment. So. They say Mark and Ember. So many compliments here tonight. Like it's almost like, oh, I almost lost it there. There we go. Mark and Ember, thanks for sharing what you believe to be true. Ball Earth and no creator. Cool story, bros. I think they're quoting you there, Jim. Let's continue on.
I need that on a
think
t-shirt now.
I think the creation story is it's another bro lever for a start, but I think the creation story is a cool story, bro. It is literally a story. There's no way you can test it. There's no way you can see it. It's just, if the people do as they claim and they just see what's beneath their feet, then why believe in a creator? There's no evidence for it. There's no,
why should we have evidence
for it?
that we came from nothing?
Let's save that.
Yeah.
Let's
I don't
save that
believe that, so
creationist debate for the
congratulations for
next
that
time,
straw man.
everybody, because more super chats are pouring in. My goodness. Justin, $5. Flatzoid, you mentioned a load cell. How does a load cell work, and how does a load cell measure weight? That's for you, Flatzoid.
Simple.
We appreciate
It's
the super chat there, Justin.
The weight of the pressure being forced on the load cell, which gives a unit to the motor, the accelerometer.
What's a load cell?
All right.
How does it work?
It's like a little, in very rudimentary terms, it's like almost like a little bag kind of thing, almost like almost an accelerator pad, you could say, and it picks up the amount of pressure applied to it.
All right, well, let's try to continue on. Tim Pryor strikes again. I think that's your 5th strike this time. $5. I'll just make flat Earth disappear by logging off social media. That should tell them everything. I don't know if that's something we can respond to. Let's continue on.
Do I read cognitive dissonance there? It's a lot of pain for him.
Chelsea. All right, Sydney Raptor for $2. Flats on a scale of 1 to 17. Never mind, Sydney. How dense are you? They ask. Sydney, you just threw away $2. How dense are you? All right,
I'm a density.
Samuel for
I'm a density of
Canadian.
75 kilograms. How's that?
Samuel for $5 Canadian.
Not sure you did that calculation
Please
right,
explain
Chief.
asteroids. Sydney, we do appreciate your super chat. I hope that made you laugh. Samuel for $5. Flat, please explain asteroids and meteorites.
They move across the sky. Wow. They do come from a place that they claim to exist that violates the second law of thermodynamics, though, that we still haven't got demonstration for. But that's about all we know.
We get to the fact that asteroids are a creation of imagination, astrophysics, astronomy. It's a creation. And again, I will say again, is we don't look to the sky to prove the ground we walk on. If you want to look to the celestial to prove the terrestrial, have at it. Good.
So like celestial
right.
Bible and stuff, you know.
Yeah, kind of like
so
look
do
into
you think-
heaven to prove the earth
yeah,
there.
Yeah. So do you think that that the meteorites are like people that see them in Siberia and things like that, people have seen meteorites coming down and then you have the metallic. Do you think they're all lying to you? Is that what you're saying?
Are you saying meteorites actually hit the ground?
Yes.
I mean,
Some
you can
do.
visit the Barringer Crater, Meteor
Do-
Crater, Arizona.
do-
You can
do-
go
no,
see that.
Are you talking about the one outside of Phoenix, outside of Tucson? Meteor crater?
No, I'm talking about the ones that came down in my state.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
asking-
as a specific example, yes, the Barringer
Yeah.
Crater.
Yeah, the
Okay,
one
okay.
off the one off of Interstate.
Oh, you're talking to
10,
Ember. Okay, yeah.
the one off of Interstate 10 by Tucson. I guess it's Interstate 10. I might
It's
be wrong.
around there somewhere.
I might be wrong. There's no evidence that that's a meteor down there. None whatsoever. That is more volcanic than meteor. And so I went there. I've been there a couple times. And you know what, my friend Ember, I believed it was a meteor too, because I went into the guest area, and they told me it was a meteor. But
Yeah,
it
they
was
got a nice museum.
and they do, and the petrified forest is real nice there too.
Mhm.
And so but there's no evidence that's a meteor whatsoever. They called it meteor crater because we want to have our little fairy tale called outer
15
space.
seconds.
Exactly.
All yours.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
it doesn't explain why these
I mean-
rocks have such a high level of
All right.
iridium.
All right, let's try to move on from there, guys. But yeah, sorry, I want to cut off the chat here. It's just that we got more super chats pouring in, and there's a risk, like I said, that this could go on for a long time if we don't try to rein it in a little bit. Esteban Ilbaca,
Okay.
5000 CLP, Flatzoid. Pressure is force over area. Weight is just a force dependent on mass, not its volume. Therefore, unrelated to density. Once you learn the difference, you're. I was gonna say, you kept it there, but I mean, if you
No,
guys
no,
wanna
no. I
expand
won't
on
keep it
I
going. I
mean,
won't keep it going. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, they can't
That's
even
all
define
right.
mass. So.
I'm sure one of these.
God,
will,
like seriously, I'd be
was gonna say, I'm
generous
sure
and
one of
not keep
these
it
is gonna
going, and then
launch.
you just stick your foot in it. Yeah.
It was for
Jeez,
me,
man, like
so I had the
you're-
closing statement, Mark. That's how
I
it works.
just.
So my
you're
closing
just-
statement
yeah.
is you guys can't even
You're a piece
define
of work.
mass.
Come on, let's move
Projection.
onwards, shall we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we've almost launched into a whole nother thing, everybody, and a couple times, right? I think these fellas might want to talk about Christianity sometime, and maybe just religion. So that could be a lot of fun. I don't know how Ember's feeling about that sort of topic, but we've had fun tonight. Thanks, Flatzoid, Jim, Ember, and Mark. We are almost to the end of our super chats. So Avner Flirths. Sorry, flat earthers. If you found absolute proof and accepted that the earth is a sphere, would you still be Christian? By the way, the Bible does not support flat earth. So we'll try to answer this in short format if we can, fellas. First, you, Jim. If you found proof that the earth was a sphere, would you still be a Christian?
If is the big word. If is the big word. If I was 35 and lifted weights, I'd be Arnold Schwarzenegger. 2.0. And so if is the big word, and the Bible does definitely talk about stationary and movable. The Bible is very specific that we don't live on a spinning space ball. So it's an if question. I don't like if questions. I'm going to give it to Flatzoid.
Yeah. No, I'm 100% with him because we already know based on God's word, it's not a sphere. So if like he said, it goes to, okay, it's now shown to be a sphere, I would have to say no, I can't, because then that means God's word would be contradictory, because the Bible does teach a flat earth. But Yeah, that's
All
a
right.
huge
Well,
if.
let's try to continue on. From
Well, you've
there.
been doing if questions all
Um,
night. If the Earth was round, this would happen. If the Earth, you only like if questions when they do apply to something you don't
All
like. You're
these
so
questions.
intellectually disingenuous because when you say
Okay.
ifs about things you want to believe, you don't like them.
Okay,
That's the
then
thing.
where's your
It's
where's your
inconsistent.
demonstrations? Where's your demonstrations for anything we've asked for tonight? I haven't seen one demonstration for all these claims you've made.
We've brought them up again and again and again. Like, do
Gas
you want me to
pressure
just
containment.
rehash the entire debate right now? Is
A
that what you'd like to do?
demonstration.
Yeah.
Wait, you know what? Maybe you don't understand what the word demonstrate means.
Okay, so yeah, so Flatzoid's just basically saying, "Hey, go through the entire debate again."
No, I'm
because,
saying
you know,
just bring a
apparently he's got
demonstration.
no sense
That's all I'm
of
saying.
scale.
Just bring a demonstration.
Yeah. I've said multiple demonstrations. Like I brought up
Where?
the flight routes. Well, what do you think I did?
Is
I brought up the
that is
flight
that
routes.
gas pressure without
Yeah, hey,
containment?
can I finish? Can I finish, or you just want to talk over the top of me still? Like seriously, just wait on. I brought up the circumpolar stars. You had no answer for that whatsoever. I brought up the crux, the Southern Cross, and how that can work on. And don't forget, this is flat Earth on trial as the debate. Don't forget that. So you had an opportunity to give an answer to that. You didn't. So I've been demonstrating how we know the Earth is round for quite some time. It's just you haven't been paying attention.
Okay, then Mark, we haven't got to that topic because you haven't been able to demonstrate gas pressure without containment. You haven't been able
We
to
got to
demonstrate.
that topic. That topic was in my introduction.
I'm not allowed to talk, but you are. Wow.
Yeah.
So you haven't
just
got.
hold on.
You,
Flatzoid. 15 seconds,
Yeah.
Flatzoid. There, we'll continue on.
Okay. First of all, we didn't get to those subjects because we were busy trying to get you to demonstrate your claims. You have not demonstrated it. And yes,
So dishonest.
while I'm talking.
Just hold on there, Mark, please.
Yeah. So can you demonstrate for me just one of the things we brought up? Water core curve. You've measured any curve, or that having gas pressure without containment. Just one of them.
Yeah, okay, so there we go. Okay, so this is the dishonesty of Flatzoid. Like, we basically have flat Earth on trial. I give a number of demonstrations that he has every opportunity to address, doesn't do so, and then say, hey, because you didn't give me exactly what I was looking for in this way that you can't provide because I've tweaked it so you can't provide it, then I'm not going to answer any of your questions. Need I remind you, it is flat Earth on trial, and these people haven't even mounted a defense, which is ridiculous. What a fail.
So no demonstration.
No, let's go on. That's the last word.
Well done. Well done. Flat Earth.
Let's continue on because we still got more super chats coming in, everybody. And I do feel like we've, hopefully everybody feels like we've gotten a fair representation of both sides of this address here. So Yellow Banana for €5. Ignore if already addressed. Question for the flat earthers. How do you explain GPS and satellites in general?
We have answered this. Yeah, it's
How
just based on.
satellites and ISS stay in orbit?
First of all, you're begging the question for an orbit.
Yes.
And yeah, second or thirdly, again, it's all based on Cartesian data systems, which comes from a flat baseline again, measuring and moving off of a data that comes from flat.
Satellites,
Right,
satellites in space, Ryan. 99% of all communication is land-based. Towers, cables, and underground wires, and underground wires in the water, on the land. So 99% is that way. The satellites propagate the spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, violates Newton's third law of motion, violates second law of thermodynamics, and we went briefly over the inverse square law of light. So if somebody wants to go, ISS is up there. Things are in the sky. They just aren't what they say they are.
Agreed.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Flatzoid and Jim. Valerie St. Mary, 499. It's truly adorable how all of a sudden Mark is asserting fallacious reasoning. Guess Witsit taught you something. We can kind of go on from there, but Valerie St. Mary, you had your huzzah, and Mark, did you have anything to say to them?
Yeah, so fallacious reasoning is just that. It's irregardless. Sort of saying, "Hey, you brought up fallacious reasoning," isn't a refutation, or you got it from Whitsitt. No, Austin Whitsitt usually uses it wrong, like the reification fallacy he constantly gets wrong, and things like that. So no, I didn't get it from Whitsitt. I got it from philosophy. But don't forget, there's also the fallacy, which means that just because you're making a fallacy doesn't necessarily mean that you're wrong. However, it means that your argument doesn't have a sound foundation, or a logical foundation, depending on whether it is a formal or informal fallacy that you're referencing. So no, I didn't get it from Whitsitt. Whitsitt isn't the origins of fallacies. I'm sorry. You know, I know that his followers like to think he's, you know, invented physics and stuff. No, he hasn't done anything of the sort. Like, seriously.
All right. Well, thank you so much for.
And Whitsitt
your
won't
super
debate
chat
me
there,
anyway,
fellas.
because
Mary, let's
he's
continue on.
really, really scared. So, you know.
That is so untrue,
Oh,
Mark.
you-
But you go ahead and live in your little
Really?
dream world.
Why don't you
Whitsitt
ask him if he'll debate me?
Whitsitt is one of the last people I know to cower away from a debate, by the way.
Yeah.
And even
Well, why don't you
and
ask him?
Whitsitt and I don't even see eye to eye.
Hey, Mark. If
Well,
if I
Whitsitt,
did, Mark,
well,
if
we'll
I
do it
didn't,
right now. We'll do it.
Mark, if I didn't know you were delusional, I do now. Thank you.
Well, why
Well,
won't
I
he
was going to
debate me
say
then?
we'll do it. We'll do it right now. We'll do it right now. Whitsitt, Mark
Why
is
not?
challenging you to a debate
Yes.
on flat Earth.
I am.
So you know
We
he's
need
saying
some
that you're
gunslinger
avoiding
music.
him.
Yeah.
Come on,
Tumbleweed
yeah,
rolls through. Yeah.
that's right.
I
Come
mean,
out for
we
the
would
duel, Whitsitt. Mark
So
is
there's
challenging
going to be no
you
problem if he's
1v1,
such the
I suppose.
amazing, you know,
well,
fearless person that you say he is, right? There shouldn't be a problem, right?
Okay.
What would be the
Well,
problem?
let's continue
my
on with the
goodness.
super chats. We don't want to drag other people in here too much, but I know Whitsitt is usually he's a good sport for that sort of stuff. So Esteban says,
Sure.
Jim,
Well, I'm not
there
saying
is a
anything about him. I'm
meteorite
just saying the challenges there.
Absolutely. I'll let him know for sure that you want to do that. Jim, there's a meteorite museum in the Chilean desert. There's trackers that go find them after they are seen falling down. How about that? Ooh, that's not worded very well. I'm trying my best here, fellas. There's trackers that go find them after they are seen falling down. How about that?
That's the mainstream narrative. He can't prove it. He read it off of Google, NASA, Wikipedia, and so if I got rid of my TV in February after having it for decades, and so it's the best thing I ever did. And I got rid of the mainstream narrative, and I actually started thinking for myself. And this is the reason why. I'll be real brief. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. We are all born into a prison system and participate in a prison system we cannot see. That's the problem. Most times when we're in prison, we know we're in prison, but we're actually in a prison system that we cannot see. But once the veil is lifted, there is no turning back. The greatest gift we can give ourselves is the ability to think for ourselves. And people like Flatzoid and myself, and those that know we don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, have decided to throw off the chains and think for ourselves.
Yeah, I haven't owned
that
a
was for
TV
you, Jim.
for
Let's continue on.
since I was 18, so I don't know what your point is.
Yeah, well, let's try not to expound too much. But yeah, I agree. Not too much TV going on in my life. I just use my computer and YouTube, and I enjoy that. Duncan Wright for $10. How do we really know the age of the universe if light bends around planets, stars, etc.? How do we know creation time isn't real? Haha, just food for thought. Love you guys. Excuse me. And I just love debate like you guys. Well, Duncan, we love a lot of debate here. So, I don't really have an answer for that. That's kind of an interesting hypothetical. Maybe we'll talk about that idea. So the next time we have a conversation about creationism and the age of the universe. But let's continue on here. And thank you, Duncan, for that. But we do need to try to close this out. Joe Brandon for $5. How close is the sun to the earth if there is no outer space?
Well, so you want to take that one?
First of all, we don't know exactly if it's even physical, but based on the belief of the Bible, it's inside the dome. Do we know how high this dome is or whatever? No, we don't. So I'm not really going to make claims on the height, but that's why we just say what we can and we try to keep to the ground. We can validate on the ground, on the earth, what we can. But can we validate the height of the sun? No, we can't.
Could it be outside the dome?
No, inside.
How do you know if you don't know how
Based on our
far
belief,
the distance is?
based on our belief. How do you know the dome can't just be further than the sun?
How do you check that?
That's what we're saying. You can't
That's an
validate
interesting
it.
question. What if what our noble opponents think of as the dome is what we think of as the edge of the universe? What if they're the same thing and they're just really far away?
It's an interesting question, Ember, but it's all speculation.
Oh, for sure. And off topic.
Yeah, and I'd rather stay away from speculation. All I can say is I think we know the sun gives us heat and light, and I think we can agree that it moves approximately 15 degrees across the sky. Other than that, I don't touch it.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's try to continue on. Justin, $5. A small meteorite literally crashed through someone's house in suburban New Jersey in May of this year, like 2 months ago, and it's well documented. Thoughts on that, Jim and Flatzoid?
Something fell from the sky, and it wasn't a meteor, and it's fine.
Yeah, just like we see satellites fall from the sky that have balloons attached to them.
And not attached
All
to
right,
them.
last super chat, and then everybody, let's go to bed, right? You know, except for you, Mark, because you're in Aussie, and you probably don't want to go to bed right now, do you?
But apparently I can't.
Yeah, no.
All right, Esteban.
For some reason.
Yeah, now that the
I
sun's
say,
coming
I'll
up,
probably.
now that
Yeah,
the
I'm
sun's
going to the
coming up,
after party at Mark's place.
Yeah, now that the sun's coming up, I'm going
I
to
was gonna
sleep.
say I'll probably be going to bed.
Yeah, after party
I'll
at my
probably
place.
be going to bed. But I'd love to join you for an after party and chit chat and all that. But no, I better join my wife in the the bed there for some good old cuddles and stuff like that.
So
right,
Mark,
so Justin, we're sweet like that, you know. We got. I was gonna say I got to keep up on my dad's status there and my husband's status. So let's continue on. We got 2 from Esteban. 2500 CLP. Jim, I've worked out on the desert and seen meteorites falling. People go find the meteorite trackers. There's a museum for them. Denial at its finest.
Cool story, bro. Or cool story, dude, or cool story, man, or whatever.
I'm not your buddy guy. I'm not your guy, man.
If you want to, go ahead and believe that, that's fine. Let's see some proof of it actually falling down from outer space. Things do fall from the sky, and so it's all cool. It's fine. If you want to come on Modern Day Debate YouTube in the chat section and say something happened, cool.
All right. That was for you. And Jim, last one's for you from Esteban again. Esteban's got lots of questions for you, Jim. So maybe you guys want to have your own conversation. Esteban, join us on Modern Day Debate Discord. Maybe Jim's going to join us there, and you guys can, hang out over there and see what you disagree about. And, maybe we'll link back up here in a couple weeks. 2500 CLP from Esteban. Jim, it is not speculation. The universe is the isolated system. That's the container for all pressure matter in a volume everywhere.
And he probably believes he's the descendant of apes as well, so that's cool.
Well, that's not exactly true. We're still apes in the evolutionary model.
If you
I live in the bush, I can tell you that's false because then my cousin didn't evolve with me.
Well, we're still mammals.
There's apes still around, yeah. It's amazing. It's
still
weird how it's very
we're
selective.
We're still vertebrates. We're still prokaryotes. Eukaryotes.
It's very selective, don't you think?
What's selective?
Tell me when dolphins started coming from when the cows stopped.
Do you want an evolution debate as well? I'm more than happy to have an evolution debate.
It's ended with all kinds of things today.
It's ended with how long does it take for a cow to stop breathing and able to have gills underwater and become a
I
dolphin.
stop breathing? Do I have a bullet? Yeah, no,
Well,
No,
I don't know.
dolphins don't have gills.
What are you
Throw a
talking
cow,
about?
throw a cow in the ocean and see how long
No,
it
no, no.
takes to
Dolphins don't
get
breathe
gills
underwater. They breathe air.
on top.
I don't.
Yeah. Does a cow swim?
If you put it in water, it can swim. It mostly
For how
relies
long
on
until it drowns?
What?
All right, before
What are you talking about?
We're
This is
we're
so
way the hell off
confusing.
topic.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. This was a little morbid. We're
Add
talking about
evolution
cows
to
drowning for
another
some odd
subject.
reason. I'm so
Doesn't
sorry.
understand.
I don't want to say for some odd reason, Flatzoid. I'm sure there was a reason for the conversation there, but we should move into our closing statements here. We got 2 minutes per side. I want to go back and forth here to close it out. A little unorthodox. Jim, 1 minute. Your thoughts
Yeah.
on the discussion we just had tonight?
Oh, it's all great. Mark, Ember, it's great to meet both of you. Flatzoid, it's my pleasure. And Ryan, you were great. I want to thank you. I want to thank James again and everybody who listened. It's been fun. And so I wish everybody a great stationary topographical plane weekend.
All right. Jim, thanks for being here. We appreciate you so much. Let's kick it over to Ember for your closing statements. Up to 1 minute.
All right. Also appreciate everybody coming by. Jim, Flatzoid, good to meet you both. And yeah, it's been a fun debate. It's been interesting. And you know, that's the thing with science is we actually keep hoping to have our views, since we don't like the word models, our views challenged, because when we can be shown to be wrong about something, that means we learn more. We like that. That's the best thing in the world. And so we keep coming around hoping something like that will happen. Unfortunately, I can't say it did tonight. We didn't really get answers to any of our questions, but it was still a fun time talking with you folks.
Ditto.
All right. Over to you, Flatzoid. You got 1 minute to close your thoughts there.
Yeah. Also, I just have to say thank you. It was well worth waking up so early. It was awesome meeting you, Ember and Jim. Yeah, it's also good to have you on, mate. And as always, the formidable Mark Reid. Thanks for having on. I know we get very triggered along with each other, Mark, because we definitely don't see eye to eye. We're like a negative and a positive pole. So we definitely have their things. But I have to point out, note that not one thing was demonstrated, only faith and pushing on insults. That was about it.
All right. Well, thank you, Ember, for your closing statement. And also thank you, Flatzoid, for your closing statement there. We appreciate both of our speakers for being here. Mark, you got 1 minute to close us out. The floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you all for being here and engaging with me. And thanks, Ryan. Fantastic job. Thanks to Modern Day Debate. James, and of course, the audience for joining us. Thanks for your time and hearing us out. So the whole point of this thing was Flat Earth on trial. So we're putting the questions to the Flat Earth of how it works, how they know it works, how everything is described. And we don't get answers for it. All we get is well, you've got to describe this thing about your model before we even answer any questions. Now, keep in mind that this is Flat Earth on trial and you're sort of asking the prosecutor, did you commit the crime kind of thing? It's not really, doesn't make a lot of sense. All it is sort of a dodge, a deflection, that they don't have answers for any of those things. That's why Flatzoid won't give equations for any of his stuff. It's because he doesn't have something that will meet up with reality. So instead, they say, well, you've got to explain this, and we really promise we'll explain our thing afterwards. Me explaining the model of the globe Earth shouldn't depend on them explaining anything. I should be able to give that information without asking them anything whatsoever. But unfortunately, they can't do the same. And you've got to ask, why is that? Why is their answers dependent on me explaining something first? Doesn't make any sense. And they didn't really give answers to anything. There. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mark, for your closing statements there. Once again, big shout out to Jim, Flatzoid, Ember, and Mark. We got one last question coming in from Crawd Daddy of $5. Flat Earth reminds me of Harold camping cultists. The difference is when they were presented with reality, they stopped rejecting it. You know, Crawdaddy, that's a little bit on the ad hominem side. You know, and maybe not relevant to the conversation. So we appreciate your $5 super chat to close this out. I thought maybe it might be something there where it started with flat Earth, but we're going to close out our debate. Thank you, everybody. This was Flat Earth on trial. We hope you keep on sifting the unreasonable from the reasonable, or maybe the opposite, however James says it, you know. Let's hope to see you again next time. For more modern day debate, and I think I'm gonna put on some of that live performance that I had on before because I don't feel like playing guitar where my wife is right there. So you can listen to my live that I played from months ago. Enjoy, everybody, and we'll see you next
I
time.
want to give a big thank you to every single channel member who does so much to help me and the community have a fantastic time and keep producing more content. Thank you so much, everybody.